audience a little bit about your role and your remit with the government.
First of all, a very good morning to everybody here, and especially our guests coming to the Kingdom, joining us in this forum. I have a number of hats here. I'm a board member of NCA, vice chairman of SITE, but also the Assistant Minister of Defense for Executive Affairs. Previously, I worked in the industry as a CEO of Saudi Telecom. Prior to that, I worked in the electronic industry. But I started as a university professor of electrical engineering. So that's my background.
Very well qualified, an eminent guest for us to have today. What do we mean when we talk about deterrence? Define the important terms for us.
Well, in defense, deterrence is the essence of what we do. And it's very important to have deterrence performed in a very structured and very efficient way. And I think that's the challenge now for us as it relates to cybersecurity defense or cybersecurity deterrence. So ensuring that basically that we are safe just because we have the power to defend ourselves. So I think it's an extremely important aspect of how cyber is being shaped around the globe, especially when it comes to cybersecurity of defense installations.
So many of our descriptions, our strategies, are relics of the Cold War, we could argue.
Yes.
Do they still have relevance today? And I'll come to all of my guests with the same question because it's an important one.
Some do, some don't. When you look at some of the concepts of the Cold War, the dependence on intelligence has always been a major element, and I think it's the same for us when we, discuss cybersecurity defense, where you can have sleeper cells within your organization, and those will be dormant and will be activated in due time. So that's, I think, a very much similar situation to the concept of war that started with the Cold War. Another similarity would be the ability to push for mass destruction. Nowadays, with the advancement in technology, and we just heard about quantum computing, you really can get power grids down. You can attack telecom networks, health networks, banking networks. So the same magnitude of destruction or mass destruction is a possibility now, just like what we had in a nuclear-related attacks. But definitely there is a major difference here. In a typical war situation, you typically know your enemy. And here we have proxy actors, that doesn't give you much knowledge about who's really behind that attack. And that really makes it a much more difficult situation to defend against. So yes, we have similarities, but we have major differences. And I think it's very important for people working in cyber defense, cybersecurity defense, is to capitalize on many of the concepts that have been successful in the military field and vice versa. I think the military is learning a lot from the way you go about cyber defense.
Thank you so much. Speaking of all things service and military, Lieutenant General, let me come to you. Same question, if you start by telling us a little bit about your role and your remit, please.
Thank you, Rebecca, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the NCA for organizing this excellent event. Now to your question about talking about myself, from the cybersecurity point of view, it's not good to talk of yourself in public forums. You know, that's how the hackers start getting to know you. But since you've asked the question, I served in the military for 41 years, retired as a 3-star. And after retirement, I am now with the National Security Council of India as the National Cybersecurity Coordinator of the nation. So I have 2 roles. One is to coordinate within the nation with all the agencies that are handling cybercrime, the Defense Cyber Agency, CERT, the National CERT, etc., and also to represent the nation in all international forums. So just last week we were in DC organizing a counter-ransomware initiative, an international counter-ransomware initiative, where 37 nations have come together. And if you want, I can talk more about that subsequently. But that's my present role, to coordinate all aspects of cyber within the nation and represent the nation in all international forums.
Thank you so much. So much to unpack from what we've already discussed, but let me start by asking you about the relics of the Cold War, be it strategies or otherwise. Are they still relevant and pertinent to our discussion today? And also, what would you say to those who say, well, deterrents are ineffective? Discuss.
I think Dr. Khalid had made some very relevant points. So let me also start with the concept of deterrence. It initially started from the criminal justice system, where they felt that giving a punishment would deter another criminal from committing the same crime. When this concept was applied to war, it became that how is it that another nation is threatened by what will happen if it takes a certain course of action. So that becomes deterrence in the context of war. So basically there are 2 approaches to deterrence. One is deterrence by denial, and the second is deterrence by punishment. Deterrence by denial implies that you do not allow that person to enter. And he knows that if he enters your cyberspace or airspace or whatever, he'll have to pay very high costs. So that is deterrence by denial. And you know, it is something like if one nation has air superiority over another nation, then they know that they will not attack them because they will have to pay very high costs. Similarly, there is this concept of an iron dome these days. You may have heard in Israel, they've got a dome, so missiles cannot come in. So that is deterrence by denial. The other is deterrence by punishment. That means if you do something and if it affects our national information or critical infrastructure, then the response will be above a certain threshold, and it could be a cross-border response also. So it could be a response not only in cyberspace, but in land, air, sea, or military, or diplomatic, or legal. So that is the deterrence by this thing. So since you mentioned Cold War, these strategies are different today because, you know, as you mentioned, there is crime involved. You do not know where the attacks are coming from, and the attacks always come in 2 to 3 hops. So when I get the last IP, it normally comes from a democratic nation with strong privacy laws. So I cannot know who's behind that virtual machine, who's hired that virtual machine. So it's different now. In cyberspace, it's different.
Thank you so much. Dr. Gis, let me come to you. Talk to me a bit about your role and remit, your organization.
Thank you, Rebecca. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm thanks are, of course, due to the organizers for having invited UNIDIR. I'm the director of UNIDIR, and that's a United Nations think tank with a mission to work towards a more secure world. Obviously, a tall order in a very contentious, difficult global security environment. But obviously also digital technologies, cyber, AI, outer space, they're a front and center of what we do at the Institute. Clearly, a lot of security challenges emerging from those domains. We're very much a bridge builder as an institute, a bridge builder between an international community that has very different priorities in this space, and upholding dialogue, as I said, in a difficult environment is not easy, but it's clearly what we do. We're a bridge builder between policy and technology. Technology is super fast, and policy sometimes is the opposite, or at least perceived as being the opposite. We very much try to carve out the space as a think tank to look for on-the-horizon technologies, to also already consider what might be next. We just heard in the opening panel quantum computing. You know, we've just sorted out the chaos, we think, and then comes quantum and maybe throws it all back up in the air. So it's very difficult for policy processes at the multilateral level to stay abreast of all these developments. You know, the space is so busy, so many cascading crises to deal with at one time, and looking into the future is a big challenge. I think that's a role of think tanks, that's part of what we do. Last but not least, I would say we're also a bridge builder between the private sector and governments. Many of the threats that we're going to discuss here at the forum, of course, they play very much in the private domain. They're, you know, for revenue, criminal activity, and so on. And often the private sector is the frontline actor, first to see what's happening and first to develop technologies to counter it. So that knowledge, to bring it into to filter it into the policy processes at the UN and elsewhere, is again part of what we do.
You definitely have a lot on your plate, as do my other two esteemed guests. Talk to me about the difference, as you see it, between the models of yesteryear and the models of today that we've been talking about, but also the difference between disarmament and deterrence when it comes to fighting these cyber criminals.
Yeah, so I think, you know, deterrence, disarmament, many of these dichotomies, let's call them that, we made them up in the 20th century, a clear distinction between peace and war, a clear distinction between what is external and internal for a state, a clear distinction between what is military and civilian, and deterrence and disarmament, and many more. And they helped to simplify our lives in the 20th century. They were always a bit artificial, but they helped to structure things. In the 21st century, in a super interconnected space like cyberspace, you know, these clear-cut dichotomies no longer work. They're eroding. That's true for peace and war, clear-cut distinctions with dual-use, multi-purpose technologies. That's also true for military and civilian distinctions. And I think it's also true for deterrence and disarmament. They're just not the same what they were in the days of the Cold War, for example, or in the nuclear domain where the deterrence theory came from. So only to a degree can they be transferred into the 21st century. And I think sometimes when we do this, when we try to work with these old theories, you know, it's easy to lose sight of the forest for the trees. The real problem that we're trying to solve here, and it's a simple but the most important question: what are we trying to solve? What problem are we trying to get at? And to me, that's discouraging malicious activity in cyberspace. And so rather than getting lost in what's disarmament and deterrence, I would say we look to how do we do that? How do we, you know, create a global environment that disincentivizes malicious cyber activity among states and also, of course, from non-state actors. And I think that's what's in front of us.
If that's the question, then what's the answer?
To me, the answer is that we're living in a multipolar global security environment and that we will have to meet complexity with complexity. So there is no panacea. There's not going to be this one-off solution. And again, it's all also very dynamic, not only complex, but also dynamic. Again, quantum might change the entire equation again quite soon. So we need processes that are equally dynamic, that can manage this kind of complexity. And that means we, you know, from our perspective, we cannot just be looking to that one big treaty. And if we don't get that, that's failure. I don't think that's what it is. It will be have to be a broad mix of different things, soft measures, disincentivizing measures, of course, a hardening of physical systems of you know, the cyber infrastructure, very much so. You can call it deterrence, you can call it disarmament. It has facets of both at the end of the day, but it's a mix of, you know, hardening our cyber infrastructures, building resilience within societies, but also, of course, at the normative global level, to draw clearer red lines, which critical infrastructure, which civilian dimensions of society are simply off limits and not to be touched. And there we still have a way to go to consolidate existing norms and think creatively in which spaces we might be needing some new norms.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, would you agree that there is no panacea when it comes to waging this war, if we can term it that way? And how would something like GRC, so it's governance, risk and compliance, factor into the strategies of governments and the private sector going forward?
Absolutely, and I just pick up from the issue of the complexity of the technology involved now. Things are getting much more complex, and it wouldn't be enough to have you know, the best resources. You can have the best resources, you can have the best technological tools, but without the proper framework that ensures you know, certain aspects, and I can elaborate on those aspects, you wouldn't be able to really build the proper cyber defense within your organization. Years ago, GRC, or the aspects of the governance, risk, and compliance used to be a luxury within corporates. Used to be a function that, oh, okay, we may need that. I think for all organizations, corporates, government, you name it, the GRC function is becoming a major concern for leaders. You need to ensure you have the proper frameworks. And so the GRC framework will help the organization to identify the chain of command as it relates to policies and procedures, both on the national level, international level. There are industry-specific, you know, standards that need to be followed. Without the proper GRC framework, things will be a mess. It will be a very chaotic situation. I will not be able to achieve, you know, the objectives of having the cyber defense mechanisms. Second, and as a military, the clarity of roles and responsibility and the military doctrine is a very important aspect in the operation of military, and vice versa. I think even for our cyber space to operate efficiently, we need to have you know, a proper GRC framework deployed in the organization. Luckily, there are now tools that can automate the implementation of such standards, and that will provide what we call in the military a force multiplier that can help a lot the organization to ensure that the GRC is functioning the way it should be. So bottom line, it's a very important aspect of the business that we need to ensure that it operates efficiently. And vice versa, if you would go into the risk register of any corporate now, you will find that cybersecurity is in the top 3 risks that the organizations are worried about.
Thank you so much. Lieutenant, let me come to you. In terms of GRC, in terms of our cyber defense, building it to be ever more secure and safe, infrastructure, we've touched upon, is essential. Keeping pace with technology, of course, number 2, if not outpacing it as much as we can. And number 3, the doctrine. How much of that resonates with you?
All of it. So Dr. Khalid is very right about the governance aspect. You see, in cyberspace, there are 3 hard truths. The more, because of the digitalization that is taking place. First hard truth is that vulnerabilities will continue to exist. Second, if vulnerabilities continue, then attacks will continue to take place. And third is the attribution of these attacks will be as difficult as what it is today. So this is the environment in which we are living in. As far as the GRC part is concerned, there has to be a national strategy. That national strategy has to cover all aspects of the cyber ecosystem. So governance has to be there, the risk compliance, the audits, the education and awareness, assured defense posture, everything has to be covered in that strategy. And to your question as to how to protect ourselves in such a situation, I would say that there are 3 areas in which we can concentrate. First, create a national resilience. Now, national resilience can be created with all those three aspects of people, process, and technologies. So the people have to have good cyber hygiene, because the attack starts with one person getting compromised, and then there is a lateral movement, escalation of privileges, etc. So education and awareness, which includes your audits, etc. Second is, in the process part, you have to have your cyber crisis management plans, all your policies have to be there. And from the technology point of view, there is a spectrum of technologies, starting off from the endpoint, the XDR, all your network protection tools, the cloud security, the enterprise security, the firewall, IDS, IPS, SOC, SIEM, etc. So people, process, and technology, that is the first aspect that has to be adhered to. The second aspect is international cooperation, because cybersecurity, to a great extent, relies on how much threat intelligence you have got. And that threat intelligence cannot be obtained by one nation alone, because you need sensors all over the globe. So international cooperation is very important from the threat intelligence point of view. And the third, of course, is your thresholds and red lines that you have to have for protection of yourself and creating deterrence. So it's not only deterrence, it's a combination of resilience, international cooperation, and deterrence measures. That is what I feel should be able to protect yourself in the environment that is prevailing today.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, you're nodding away in agreement. I'm keen to know how international collaboration works in practice. It's so important, the sharing of not only knowledge but information. How does it work in theory and in practice?
Well, I think the way the kingdom has structured, its cybersecurity framework in a centralized fashion, through NCA being regulating all aspects of cybersecurity, gives us a very efficient approach of international collaboration, where this, let's call it, center of activity within the country does collaborate with friendly nations as it relates to evolving threats. So I know there are different frameworks around the globe on how countries go about managing their cybersecurity issues, but we feel that the framework that we have in the kingdom has been a very efficient one, and that is, it did elevate the kingdom to the position that it is in right now in terms of its cyber resilience.
Thank you. Let me come to you, Doctor, with the same question. In terms of, we need awareness, number one, we need national resilience programs, number two, and international collaboration. In that order first, grassroots up or top down?
Both at the same time, I think, and see whatever works best and comes first. But I would all put them in the same kind of order, at the same level of hierarchy. And I would add, there is cyber crisis management when countries cooperate with other countries to solve a situation, a crisis. There is, at the multilateral level, international cooperation that we need to enhance, and there's various processes at the UN, of course, that are trying to do exactly that. There are softer measures that an institute like ours can add. For example, UNIDIR, we've developed the Cyber Policy Portal. It's an open access tool that pulls together the policies, the laws, the security strategies from all countries around the world, makes them transparent, makes them visible. You can compare one with the other. So that helps for transparency building, for confidence building, hopefully to a degree. And I think that's a very, very useful tool. We need more of these. And then we need to all kind of bring it together. Of course, we're seeing an inflation of well-intended processes in the cyberspace. We also have to make sure that there is a hub, an entity, and I think that's the role for the UN at large, to maintain that bird's eye perspective and try to pull it all together.
I'm not sure how much time we have left on the clock, but let me come to you with another round of questions, if I may. In terms of non-state bad actors, how do governments best protect themselves? Because they're always pushing boundaries, they're pushing buttons, as we know, metaphorically and otherwise, but how do you come up with a solid proposal structure and plan to move forward to secure those defenses?
Well, I think the answer is quite similar. It will have to be a complex mix of different things. Deterrence is in a way criminological deterrence already inbuilt in criminal law. So we certainly, the challenge with cyber is that this is criminal law in a transboundary context, and that makes it so difficult to apply and enforce. That needs further international collaboration, certainly. There's a lot of happening in that space currently at the multilateral level. But of course also we will never ever be able to deter all this private actor, non-state actors, malicious cyber activity. So building resilience within societies, better understanding the threat landscape, bringing that understanding to relevant policy levels, I think is hugely important. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
No,
I know
no,
the
please,
clock is
carry
running.
on.
No, I
You
was
have
just
time.
going to say, I mean, within a short period of time, first we had a lot of malicious cyber activity. It was a bit random. Hackers tried to get in wherever they could. During the COVID pandemic, that changed entirely. It became big game hunting, so to say, very sophisticated, a lot of intelligence gathered, and then ransomware attacks where there was significant impact. Really monetizing computers is what is behind all of this. But so just to say, the threat landscape changes so quickly, and in real time, policy processes need to be enabled to follow those dynamics. There is still room for improvement, I would say.
This has to be one of the biggest challenges, Your Excellency, because the risk landscape is constantly changing, and constantly at risk are key sectors for a country, be it your infrastructure, agriculture, manufacturing, or whatever. How do you safeguard and constantly keep step, if not outpace, the criminals?
Well, I think you have to operate in a very structured way. You have to build the right strategies that would ensure your specific objectives have specific plans of actions. You can't just leave it to a technologist approach. Okay, it has to be structured in a very strategic way, and that's the way actually we are managing it within Ministry of Defense. So, well, the whole country is driven by a vision, a very clear, ambitious vision, Vision 2030. The whole cybersecurity society here, again, is galvanized around NCA, which really brings about coherence in terms of the approaches, information, you name it, common threats. But then we translate that into actionable plans, which would ensure we have networks that are secure by design. We have the proper training and upskilling of our staff to ensure we have the proper human resource factors, ensuring that we have the right tools that I just said in terms of ensuring that the proper governance structure, the proper GRC framework are implemented. That's how you can ensure that you do your best to provide the right level of deterrence in either form, as you said. But I think the bottom line, you have to be organized. You can't just leave it to a technologist approach.
No, because the cyber criminals are very organized,
Absolutely.
as we know.
Absolutely.
Okay, with just 5 minutes left on the clock, gentlemen, I'm going to come to you each individually for a quick fire roundup. We've talked about the importance of human capital, so important as we move forward, and also ever-increasing technology. What will be the next big thing, and how will our conversation have hopefully moved on when we sit here in 12 months' time, Your Excellency?
That's a tough one. Things are accelerating. as governments and organizations and corporates are accelerating to build their defenses, hackers and cyberspace criminals are again gaining access to better computing capabilities, more clever approaches, and it's a race. It is a race, and the only thing you can do as corporates or governments, as I said, is ensure you have the best people, the best trained staff, put them in the right environment so that they can really excel, and last, hope for the best.
Thank you. Lieutenant, investing in people, investing in technology, what's the next big thing?
Before that, let me continue with what Dr. Khalid was saying. I'm sure you'll agree that there are more good persons in the world today than the evil ones. And you see, these criminals who have organized themselves as a business model today, they are also humans. They leave traces. They use mobile phones. They have children. Their children go to school. So we've decided to go after them. And I will share our experience with the International Counter-Ransomware Initiative, which is an initiative of 37 countries. We have got 5 verticals in that. I lead the vertical on resilience. Australia leads the vertical on disruption. And they are going after these groups. UK leads the vertical on illicit finance. So they're tracing the cryptocurrency. At some point in time, from the crypto exchange, they have to come out and go to that bank. So they can be caught. Then Spain is leading the one on diplomacy, cyber diplomacy. That means whenever they are caught, how do you name and shame? And finally, Germany is leading the one on public-private partnership. So it is, almost a global sort of we've come together and we are going after these criminals, and they can't get away. We are very clear, we are not going to allow the criminals to get away with it. Because the way they've organized themselves today, as he said, they've created a business model. So there is an access broker. The access broker has already entered the systems, and he tells you, you can go to ABC3 for ransomware. And he also knows which company, how much ransom you can pay, because they've got insured with that much money. He has that information. So you have another specialist who does the encryption, a specialist, there's a negotiator also, who negotiates between the government or whatever it is and that party. And then, of course, somebody who's exfiltrating. So they've organized themselves very well. We have to come together internationally, collaborate, and then get after them. Bottom line.
Strong words. It's a race, says Dr. Khalid. We're going after the bad guys, says Lieutenant. What say you, Dr. Geese?
So the next big thing, I think, very much for us is the convergence of the different technologies. The coming together of cyber, AI, advancements in robotics, advancements in sensors, cameras, smaller batteries. I mean, the list is long. This convergence and how it is going to shape military processes and future battlefields, frankly. What that will mean for conflict prevention, de-escalation, and the protection of societies and civilians. That's the big thing for us. I would say the tech field is far ahead, again, of the policy field in that space. In the policy field, we have processes for cyber. In Geneva, we have a process for AI and robots on the battlefield, and so on and so on. But again, that bird's eye perspective and all the synergies that these technologies will have and bring, that needs to be better understood. I fully agree there is a race. There is a race for first mover advantages in many tech areas. The arms race of the 21st century spans across not just military, but also economic, scientific, technological domains. All that needs to be better understood. And there is a race to bring military processes up to machine speed, which is clearly ongoing, which I find very concerning, because if we look around the world, already now, we're not really feel able to handle all the many crises that we need to cope with at one time. I would rather call for speed bumps than increasing the speed any further.
And on that note, an optimistic note, we must leave our discussion. But please join me in thanking my eminent panel for their contribution here today. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the forum. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Ensuring Resilience and Interoperability while Integrating Diversity, Understanding the Implications of a Fractured Internet. Please welcome our panelists, Ursula Owusu-Ikuful, Minister of Communications and Digitalization, Ghana; Goran Marby, President and CEO, ICANN; And our moderator, John DeFetrius, former CNN Emerging Markets Editor and Professor of Business, NYU, Abu Dhabi.
If I can get my microphone up. Thank you very, very much, and thanks for your patience. We'll let everybody filter into the room for the next 30 seconds, and please find a seat if you can. And welcome. This is a fantastic conversation because it kind of goes to the heart of the discussions here about resilience of systems and interoperability. It sounds like it's at 35,000 feet, so it won't be a very interesting conversation. But it's the backbone of our infrastructure in cyberspace today. The confusion about networks and platforms, and how do you regulate a network versus a platform in cyberspace as well. The premise I used in the opening ceremony this morning is that it's not historical disruption we're seeing today, but actually hysterical disruption. So if you think about the global financial crisis of 2008 to 2010, turbulence to try to recover from that, record low interest rates, rolling into a pandemic, pandemic into a post-pandemic recovery, super strong pent-up demand, faced with inflation today, and if that wasn't enough, we have a conflict in Europe with Russia and Ukraine. I bring those topics to bear because it makes it a very complex world, and then you wonder, in the priority of security, resilience, and interoperability, whether governments have the bandwidth to try to deal with it and not destroy commerce, right? So let's give a warm round of applause to our two panelists, the CEO of ICON and Minister of Telecommunications from Ghana, please. Thank you very much. We have 25 minutes, so I'm going to be straight and direct to the point. We had an interesting debate behind the scenes here about what interoperability and resilience really does mean in practical sense, right? From an African perspective, from Ghana, you've been in the cabinet for 6 years, Ursula, trained as an attorney in the private sector, in the telecom space as well. Give us the African perspective about resilience, but not killing the golden goose, which is a freedom of expression at the same time. You have to hold this mic pretty high. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. For us on the continent, we found the internet is giving us the reach and the range that we didn't have because of our poor infrastructure systems. But we're also finding that even connectivity is a problem because many parts of our countries do not have access to the internet and so can't engage in the fourth industrial revolution. So it's a key priority for us. Now, even having put in the connectivity, the skills to be able to utilize that internet is a challenge. So it's something that we're also focusing on. But above all that, the content that's on it is something that we also find that we need to be able to engage in. How to even access the internet for many people is a challenge, but it's something that, as I indicated, we're working on. We need to build systems that can talk to each other, that are interoperable, but that can also withstand the inevitable cyber attacks. And that's where conversations like what we're having now are very relevant to us, because the cost implications of cybersecurity are also a huge challenge to us as we grapple with the bread and butter issues that we have to deal with. But we need the international collaboration. We need to learn from the best practices around the world. We need to also engage as an equal partner around the table so that we're speaking with one voice. We need to have systems put in place by us, with us, for us on the continent that will enable us to engage. And so for ICANN, that's the gateway to the internet. I would want to know exactly what they're doing to facilitate Africa's integration with the rest of the continent. Because We're all in this together, and we will grow together. And the oft-repeated phrase is that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. If Africa is the weak link in the cybersecurity chain, nobody is safe. An attack somewhere would end up in another undisclosed location, and it comes from the most unlikely quarters. A young person sitting in a garage somewhere just playing around can infiltrate systems and bring down whole networks. But there's a whole other conversation too about this national security and privacy and trust. So what do we do to ensure that our nations are secure from cyber attack, but we do not also stifle innovation and growth that the internet also provides for us? So maybe I provided more questions than answers, but that's the essence of the conversations that we're having here. But we do have real challenges on the continent, and it's incumbent on the international community to engage with us to develop resilient systems, interoperable systems, which will inure to the growth of the entire global internet community.
Good. That's a great umbrella in terms of how do you strike the right balance. And Goran, as an international institution based in California, I think you were suggesting 5.3 billion users are on the internet. Are we at the stage now where we get confused between interoperability and then individual platforms which pose challenge? And can you discern between the two so we can understand that debate from the ICON perspective?
Thank you, and first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I guess this is my first time coming to Saudi Arabia in my life, and I'm really happy to be here.
You should have seen the change in the last 6 years, because I come back every 6 weeks and I said it's like a different city, so that's how fast the city and the country's changed.
Then I have to come back. Just to explain what ICANN actually does. Together with our technical partners, what we provide you is the interoperability of the internet. So there are 3 building blocks, and sorry for being technically boring here, but I will tell you why. So there are 3 things that brings us all together, and that's the IP address, what we call the DNS, and the IP protocol. These 3 things is actually what gives you the internet. And the funny thing is that through our technical partners, every time you go online, anywhere in the world, you hit about something that it originates from the organization I'm a part of. So that's what we do. We have nothing to do with content, what you do with your internet, but we provide you with that. And today there are 5.3 billion internet users who use the same interoperable system. Our whole idea is about that. Today we have requests into those systems, which with us, together with our technical partners, is about 8 trillion requests into the system every single day. We have not had any technical problem with this for 30 years. That's how stable it is. And when we looked through COVID, for instance, we saw a lot of more people coming online in different parts of the world, and the system just made it happen. So the reason we often make the distinctions between what we call walled gardens, and just for fun, I'm going to just throw some things out there, that a walled garden is when you go in, for instance, to a social media platform. You actually leave the internet. Now you walk into someone else's computer, and you're now controlled by an algorithm. The internet itself is very diverse. You can set up a server, you can do whatever you want on the internet. When you walk into a walled garden, you're now controlled by someone else. So that's why we make this distinction. And many of the discussions about what is called cybersecurity issues are often seems to be related to platforms and not the internet itself. And just for fun, I also used to, when I talk, there is no cyber. It's just a computer somewhere. And that computer is always in someone's jurisdiction. And I always think that if we can think about this as computers and networks and stuff, actually some of the problems get simplified. Because if we talk about cyber, it seems so up in space somewhere. Right. The other thing that doesn't exist is a cloud. Just making all my friends happy. It's always someone's computer. And that computer can actually be in your neighbor's garage, or a lot of them. But coming back to you, so when we talk about interoperability, is that everybody is using the same identifiers that creates the internet, and also the distinction between what we call walled gardens and the actual internet. But coming back to your questions about what are we doing in Africa. So we recognize that we in the technical community didn't do everything right from the beginning. Remember that this is a very new technology, and it was never intended to be what it is today. It was a research project, but universities around the world started to hang on, and then suddenly we all woke up one day and said, I really need this thing, the internet. And from our part, from the technical community, who's not part of the business model that's happening, we realized that we built a global thing. But what we didn't do very well is to make the global local. Saudi Arabia has its right to its own internet. Your country has the right to your own internet. So how do we achieve that? First of all, the language. About 80% of all content on the internet are today in English. 20% of the people in the world speaks English. I speak Swinglish, by the way, because I'm Swedish. And the point of that is that we have to further develop so people can go and use their own language on the internet. We do a lot of research projects about that. I think, for instance, now we're supporting 25 different scripts in India. But we have to continue that because people should be able to use their keyboards, their own language, their own narrative, to be able to interact on the internet. That's a very big thing for us.
Okay. I wanted to delve into it. You don't have to be specific, but some of the threats now to the global south. I was perusing in preparation for this panel, just doing a search on cyber attacks, right? And more we see Central, South America, Africa as targets, and perhaps because you're vulnerable because you don't have the means in some cases to invest to fortify your systems. And the morning panel with Mr. Saran, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, he was saying we have to find a common ground for the global south with the rest of the world so you don't left behind, if you will. Is that possible? Is that part of the conversation here in Saudi Arabia? And is it listened to? Because I've covered energy for 30 years, and when it comes to climate, they're asking Africa not to have access to natural gas right now, and you're responsible for less than 1% of the carbon emissions. So there's this injustice. Does it spill into the space that we're in as well for protection and support?
Absolutely. We're late entrants into the game. However, we also have the advantage of a very innovative youth that are at par with their peers around the rest of the world. But the systems we have are legacy systems, old. Many of them we procured near end of life, and so subject to many more vulnerabilities because of the cost of using many of the available software. What is available for them to use are probably pirated, that are also not the best, and so exposes us to even more challenges. So it is imperative that we all invest in improving the networks and the systems in the global south, because ultimately it comes back to haunt us. Let me give one example. When there was this Petya attack in, I believe it was in Ukraine, a couple of years ago on the Maersk global shipping lines. The Maersk office in Ghana happened to be offline because the power was off at the time. And so when the global network was infected and had to be pulled down, it was the Ghana network which, when it finally came up, enabled them to also recover their data which had been compromised. That shows how interlinked the entire global networks and systems are. An attack somewhere will affect the entire chain, and maybe one part of it, which may be offline at the time, will enable you to also get your systems up. So we're not asking for favors. We're asking to be seen as part of the global internet community, treated as such, and assisted in our weakness and our vulnerabilities to also come up to speed with the rest of the world, because we may ultimately prove to be the salvation of the global internet community going forward. I also say that our young people have lots of critical skills that, if unearthed, will assist and facilitate the growth and innovation around the entire continent. And so let's work hand in hand together. Day in, day out, we're also exposed to cyber attacks. But maybe because we don't have as many robust systems as possible. Many of it even happen on our blind side. we're fortunate in Ghana that we've taken cybersecurity very, very seriously.
How long has that been that you took it so seriously?
Since 2017.
Oh.
And we've come up significantly in the Global Cybersecurity Index in the last few years. And so we're not doing too badly. I think we're third on the African continent and not doing about 43rd in the world currently. So we've come up significantly. We're up to about 86% now, down from 36% in 2018 when we were first assessed.
Wow.
So we haven't done too badly. But we live in an interesting neighborhood, and unless we all develop our systems together, we're as vulnerable as our weakest neighbors. And so we're not content with the strides that we're making. We're not seeing as much focus on the African continent and even the global south as there should be. And I'm delighted that we've been invited to be part of this conversation. And we're telling the rest of the world that Africa is coming of age. We are on our own building our resilient systems, but we need the partnerships, we need the collaboration, and we need to do this together. Because unless we develop rules that we would all abide by, we are all as vulnerable as the next person.
Good. I'd like to get a flavor from both you, and Goran, if I can start with you. Some of the nasty behaviors. So we have a room of experts that work in the cyberspace, others that are probably attending for the first time and want to learn about the threat and why Saudi Arabia is taking it so seriously. Whether it applies to ICON or not, you know, how nasty is the game today? What are some of the tricks that are played, and how do you defend against it? What's ICON doing in collaboration with the ITU, for example, to try to tackle some of the more clever and pervasive actions globally today?
Thank you for a very simple question. I mean, so first of all, which is very different, is that I just want to mention one thing as well, is that Africa needs capacity as well. And I'm actually coming from here and go to Kenya, where we do an official launch of the first real root server cluster in Africa. And we're also
what kind of cluster, sorry?
It's a root server cluster.
Uh-huh.
Root servers are the sort of the beginning of the internet, and I see the minister who knows this well. That's where how we spread the identifier systems around the world, and this is a capacity building thing we're doing to. I could be too technical. It's a good thing that we're doing. I mean, we're actually building two of them. But when it comes to in our part for what we talk about, I think that for many legislators and ministers is to where is the actual problem? Because again, we often use these words like it's a problem of the internet. And often we become very negative to the internet itself. But remember, the underlying internet, the same thing I do to communicate with my children can also be used for something bad. And you mentioned at the beginning that we have to find this balance, because you really want to make sure that you can communicate with, you know, we take internet so much for granted that we never stop up and think, will my actions now actually hurt what we call the interoperability of the internet itself? But to answer your question, as an example, what we did during COVID was that we saw worldwide registrations that used the word COVID or fight COVID or get vaccine for free something as top-level domains. And what we did together with our technical partners around the world is to track all of them. And during the first couple of weeks, there were more than 100. Remember, we are dealing with a system with more 450 million domain names. And 5.3 billion users. So when we say that something 100, 150,000 in our world, it's not even a glitch. But we did track them. We looked at the bad ones, and we looked at them not only English, we looked at in many different languages and scripts around the world. And together we were able to make sure that they couldn't harm people. And we do many of those things on the underlying internet sector. And then still, you hear there are fraud, again, on the internet, often related to platforms and what we call walled gardens. And to be honest, I use many of them. So I'm not in any way saying they don't have a problem. But the bad actors will always go where they can find an easily target group. And it's often much easier to find that target group inside a walled garden than on a very diverse system, which is the internet itself.
Great. How do you regulate this globally, because we're not in a great state of play, if I will, with the populist fervor that we see in democracies today, making it very difficult to govern, if I can be frank, on many, many fronts. So there's not a lot of respect for international institutions like the United Nations or the World Bank or the IMF. So how do we wrap our arms around it so the developing world actually has the collaboration and kind of best of breed technology, the investment that Goran's talking about into Kenya, for example? How do you don't want to have a heavy touch. It's the mobile phone that kind of unleashed the power of commerce in Africa. I know it well, and I've traveled to Africa a great deal. How do you balance the two, would you say, Minister?
I think it's important that we develop, and it's been said before, the Vienna Convention, type for the internet and for cybersecurity.
We're not there yet, though,
We're
obviously.
not.
Okay.
So we need to start having that conversation, and it has already started. But we need to accelerate it. From what we heard in the opening panel, which you moderated, technology isn't waiting for us.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
And so while we go through the diplomatic niceties of trying to figure out who does what, they're taking the lead, leaving all of us dangerously exposed to the cyber criminals out there, because it's a wild, wild west. There are no rules. And so either states, nations take the initiative of building firewalls, which would make it more difficult for us to engage across borders, and which is not what we want. So the international community, when we're calling for collaboration, there is an urgent need for us to work together. Forget about who wins. We will all win together to fashion out the rules that will protect all of us. We have rules for conventional warfare. This cyber warfare that may be imminent, it's probably started in other ways, when you see nation-state actors or non-state actors attacking the systems of each other for whatever gain. Unless we get to the point where we realize that we need rules that we would all agree to and we will all live by to protect all of us, we're all at risk, particularly those of us who are more vulnerable. And so it's incumbent on all of us, through fora such as these, with the wealth of intellectual capacity and technological know-how gathered here in Riyadh, to start the conversation towards fashioning out the rules that will protect all of us. And the International Telecoms Union, the United Nations, has a key role to play in bringing all of us together, understanding that we all sink or swim together.
Good. Do you think that language is part of the conversation today, Ursula, or not? I'd love to have Goran talk about it. I don't hear that collectively when it comes to cyberspace, that we need to fortify international systems. It's almost like every country to themselves, isn't it not?
We can't continue like this. And I think ultimately we'll come to the realization that we'll be better off if we fashioned out international rules to guide us all. But as was said in the same panel, those who are supposed to be taking the lead are those who are busy utilizing these systems to attack or undermine each other. So who is going to step up to the plate? And I think the ITU has a key role to play in bringing all actors together and helping us to find our way out of the situation that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, it's pretty extraordinary. I would invite everybody in the audience, actually, just to do a simple search about cyber attacks in the last month. And it's kind of geographic agnosticity, right? Everybody's agnostic. You can go to Australia, get attacked, Africa's getting attacked, Latin America, the United States, Japan in a very pervasive way. And you wanted to discuss, Goran, meaningful connectivity. How do you describe what that is, but how does it fit into the debate about how to also police connectivity at the same time? Are they connected, or should they be?
So again, I'm going to make this difference what I do and what you do, because we have nothing to do with content. We just provide you with identifiers, and that's what we protect. And from that perspective, one of the things we see, for instance, in Africa, is that in many other parts of the world, we had copper lines, we had power lines, we have all those things. We could build the internet on top of that, and we sort of just carried on, which is very different from many parts of Africa. We have to rethink the model. But I think that having more people to have more people have the physical opportunity to go online is very, very positive. But I also think that in Africa, I mean, one thing I'm always afraid of is to come to Africa. I mean, there are many countries. Many different countries. Yeah. So to even talk about it as like one unified continent is like when I sometimes hear people describe Europe as one country. I'm from Sweden, I have Italian friends. We have nothing in common more than I like their food better than mine. But the point is that I think we have to rethink many of the models now where we come, people in many of those, the next billion users can't afford a $1,500 iPhone, whatever. There are other marks as well. We have to, and the cost of building things with the cost of spectrum, access to powers, but also how the ecosystem in the country comes in, so you have the knowledge space to do things. And ICANN is it's out of our remit because we are technical, but what we're trying to do now is to engage more with governments, to engage more governments, to bring our competence to the table as well, to work together, and that's what I think. In that conversation, many of the cybersecurity issues will always be discussed because it comes into the context. And many times, which you mentioned, many of the systems you might have are not up to date. Many of the process around cybersecurity is not up to date. Or getting people just to upgrade to the latest security. Many of the things are actually solvable by using the latest technology. Bad people will always find new ways. But it's also important to recognize this is very much also a technical issue, where I agree with you. I think ITU has a really important part of this, and I'm really happy about the new Secretary General coming in as well. We worked very closely together in projects in Africa, Doreen. She's a very good friend of ours. But I also think that, and this is more of a personal view, the World Trade Organization, because in many of the trade agreements in numbering countries, you can actually make bilateral arrangements when it comes to cybersecurity issues, copyright issues, trademark issues as well. And I think that is a very important part as well in this discussion.
Okay, last question to Her Excellency the Minister. Sometimes you feel very tiny in the developing world when the global powers are playing a pretty fisticuff game about the next platform of control and power, right? So the United States, China, really actually outwardly now saying we're competing against each other. Russia's a state actor which has engineering prowess, technology, and the rest, and I could reel off India and a bunch of others. Do you feel like you get overwhelmed in this game? Are you pawns in the game? Can you protect yourself? Can we get the international collaboration that Goran's talking about?
We feel all of that and more, and we feel that we've been ignored and not factored into many of the conversations that are going on. But we also feel and know that we can be part of the solution. And so it's important for the big guys to engage with us and to have conversations with us. And we may be able to help them to see more clearly while they conduct their big war games. We may be able to pull them down to earth and say that it's people you're dealing with. At the end of the day, it's lives that matter. And so you need to focus on the essentials. So we think it's important for all of us to recognize that building systems that protect us all inure to the benefit of us all. And so international collaboration and working together is a sine qua non for where we want to get to. And we cannot ignore any part of the world, because if we do, it comes back to bite us. We don't want to see scores of African migrants washed up on the shores of Europe. We want that to end. But unless we build thriving economies on the African continent, they're going to end up on the shores of Europe and be a security problem for you. So it's incumbent on all of us to recognize that helping the global south stand on its own feet is in the interest of the global north. And you're not doing us any favors. We're all doing the entire universe a favor if we work together. Same as with climate change. The actions of the North are impacting on small island states in the world through no fault of theirs. Where we do not create the pollution and the climate change problems that are engulfing the whole world. But we're all feeling the effects of it. So instead of reacting to the consequences of our actions 20 years ago, let's start by building resilient, interoperable systems now in the digital world to protect us. Let's learn from the lessons of our own past and stop making the mistakes that we've done in the past, and work together today to ensure that we do not create a digital climate problem for us 10 years down the line. And with what we learned about quantum computing, it may be even sooner than that. So the time for us to start working together and collaborating more effectively is now.
Good. I don't think we'll forget the quote from this morning, Silicon Valley as a dust bowl of quantum computing. That probably caught your attention with Dr. Kaku. Goran Marby, the president and CEO of ICON, joining us from California. It was a long trip to get here, I'm sure. Thank you for that. And Ursula Oluzuzu Ekofo, the Minister of Communications and Digitalization in Ghana. Nice to meet you as well. Can we give them a nice round of applause? Thank you very, very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Incentive Reinvention, Reducing Economic Incentives, Driving Cybercrime. Please welcome our panelists. Honorable Elvira Tejada de la Fuente, Chamber Prosecutor of the Supreme Court, Head of the Cybercrime Unit, State Attorney, General's Office, Spain. Craig Jones, Cybercrime Director, Interpol. Dr. Marco Girk, Director, Cybercrime Research Institute. And our moderator, Rawan Radwan, Deputy Section Editor, Arab News.
All right, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. So nice to see a packed room. So we're only a few more weeks away from 2023, and we've never been more connected as a people of this earth. There are certainly perks to this connectivity. We get to know more cultures, we get to know people. I mean, we're more inclined to know more about everything around us. But there's one thing that is considered like a downside to this connectivity, cybercrime, and that's why we're here today. There are more cyber attacks today than ever before, and this one unlawful act that has created a whole new meaning to the words disruption and destruction. It's cost businesses millions and millions of dollars, put people at risk, and is targeted to a single point of aggression to monetize through ironically brilliant business models taking advantage of the online anonymity. So of course we have today, our panelists. Sorry, one second. Okay. Oh. I guess we could start. All right, so for our first question, we can start off with Dr. Marco. Sure. Cybercrime has become very widespread, and it's a very lucrative business at that. Lucrative business by well-organized groups of cyber criminals that are collaborating to carry out large-scale heists. What motivates typical offenders to join these syndicates? And my second part of this question would be, what do organizations need to know and understand about cyber criminal behavior?
Okay, sure. So, you made the point already. It's financial interest is very often a driving factor. So you see there is more and more digitalization. People are using internet and communication devices. Companies are using it. Governments are using it. We're depending on it. And they realize that they can make a lot of money by getting involved in this. The business models have changed, but as you pointed out in your introduction, it's quite lucrative, and it's rather easy to set up. You don't need to be an organized crime business that is in the market for a long period of time to get involved in cybercrime. And we have to be smart on the other side through having appropriate laws in place, having, as we heard in the opening presentation, the blue line, a defense line, having self-defense measures as companies, as countries in place, changing our behavior, how we use communication devices, how we protect ourselves to respond to this increasing threat. But I would like to make just one point, and this was also made in the opening presentation. I believe, I'm optimistic. I think there are so many advantages of technology that we should not lose sight of this. It has brought freedom to us. It has brought the ability to communicate. When you see something, when you see corruption anywhere, you can use your cell phone, you can record things, you can distribute it on social media channels. So there are great advantages, and we have to deal with the fact that despite growing number of crimes, I don't think that the problem in general is getting bigger and bigger. It's just that there are more devices, and we have to get used to the fact that it's going to be exploited.
Elvira, could you give us a little bit more insight as a cybercrime unit director as well? I mean, this could be something that really has weighed in the unit in Spain.
Bueno, en España, igual que en el resto del mundo, porque si algo caracteriza la ciberdelincuencia es que es un fenómeno absolutamente transnacional. No hay límites geográficos. Entonces, estamos viendo cómo las organizaciones criminales han ido adecuando sus formas de actuación, su planteamiento criminal a las posibilidades que ofrecen las tecnologías. En consecuencia, se han ido haciendo cada vez más poderosos, cada vez más fuertes. Utilizan esas herramientas tecnológicas para comunicarse entre sí, para colaborar, para asociarse. Es llamativo y lo estamos viendo, y me imagino que los interlocutores lo compartirán, cómo se está generando un mercado floreciente de servicios digitales en la red, Hoy en la red se pueden encontrar tarjetas, numeraciones de tarjetas robadas para poder usarlas fraudulentamente. Se pueden encontrar malwares que permiten atacar a las organizaciones, a las instituciones, y eso está a disposición de cualquier organización que quiera utilizarlas, ¿no? Entonces, como decían antes el anterior orador, desde mi punto de vista lo que es fundamental es que seamos capaces de comprender el cambio que se ha producido en la delincuencia como consecuencia de la incidencia de las tecnologías, que nos demos cuenta que estamos enfrentándonos a un fenómeno que tiene un carácter global, que es muy transversal, que abarca todo tipo de manifestaciones criminales y que además es muy versátil. Es decir, los delincuentes van a asociarse entre sí como tengan por conveniente en cada ocasión. Nosotros tenemos que trabajar para apoyarnos, para colaborar juntos en la lucha contra este fenómeno criminal. Es decir, no puede ser que si los delincuentes han sido capaces de superar las fronteras de los estados, nosotros no seamos capaces de buscar una legislación que cuando menos sea compatible para que podamos trabajar juntos frente a ese fenómeno criminal.
Speaking of behavioral, Craig, let's talk about law enforcement and their behavior towards cybercrime and cybersecurity. Can you give us a little bit more on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we step back first of all and look at the role of policing. So what is the role of policing? It's to protect communities, and police are drawn from their communities. But the policing model essentially was set up to deal with a local problem, a crime scene being local, the offender being local, and the victim being local. So all of that was in one area. We could then develop legislation and laws which could then be carried out by law enforcement in their country. Law enforcement is not equipped at this moment in time to deal effectively with transnational crimes such as cybercrime. Yes, it can deal with commodity-based crimes such as drugs, human trafficking, because that's the policing model of working in that physical space. Also, the legislation is different from country to country. We've seen in the European Union, you have 27 member countries which have joint laws, joint inputs, joint political initiatives to deal and combat cybercrime. But once you spread that out across the globe, there are different priorities. Some countries don't even have the requisite laws. So if it appears that criminals are operating from one country, another country then tries to come in and identify those criminals and look to prosecute them and extradite them. If the laws don't exist in that country, it's not going to happen effectively. So in terms of law enforcement and Interpol's role with 195 member countries, what we're seeking to do is to reduce the global impact of cybercrime and protect communities for a safer world. And the model we're following is a policing model. We're looking from a global to local perspective. How can Interpol help support and coordinate activities and operations? And we do it with people, process and technology. So the people are having law enforcement officials seconded into Interpol, but also having them based as close to possible in countries as well. Then looking to have the infrastructure that we can bring law enforcement onto to share operational activities and investigations. So having one platform which is secure and is unified and can be used by member countries. And then we have the UN process going on at the moment, which is the new Convention on Cybercrime. So the UN now have recognised that, and we're negotiating currently over the next, well, it's a 3-year process, but we're halfway through it now. And what that will give is the first sort of transnational convention, which is by consensus for member countries. So there will be a layer that all countries will be able to work to. But this is policing evolving. This is how we've evolved, such as when we first had motor vehicles. What laws existed first of all for motor vehicles? So again, this is what we're trying to do in this space now. And this is a very long journey. But also coming back to the initial panel this morning, we talked about our behaviours. We feel very safe when we're sat behind a screen at time. We're in a safe environment, or we're sat somewhere in an airport looking at our phone, and we think we're fine. But quite often we might be hacked or we might be giving up our information and not knowing who we're giving it up to. So coming back to about how the criminals are able to exploit that, this comes back to financial gain and motivation, but the vulnerabilities in the systems and in the networks that exist, and the criminals take advantage of those, and they take advantage of them very, very well. So this is why industry has to be able to support and prevent crime as well with the communities and law enforcement. It's a whole system approach.
Speaking of cooperation, a couple of years ago, the Spanish police and the Italian national police as well cooperated and collaborated to take down a syndicate of cyber criminals. Basically, the mafia was what they were doing once the traditional way, committing crimes the traditional way, now have shifted to cybercrime. I mean, it feels like maybe they feel left out, maybe they feel like they need to bring some balance to the game, but no longer are the mafia's old traditional ways, like, let's say, compatible with the moving and fast-growing tech world that we live in today. What's behind this shift, and do they really, really feel left out? I think Elvira could give us a little bit more insight on that.
Bueno, yo creo que lo único que ha ocurrido es que los grupos criminales, las organizaciones, han ido adecuando sus modelos de actuación a la sociedad de nuestros días, a la que toca vivir ahora, ¿no? Entonces, es cierto que estamos en una sociedad totalmente digitalizada, que las tecnologías han penetrado profundamente las relaciones entre las personas, entre las empresas, institucionales, entre los estados. Hemos trasladado nuestra vida de relación a la red y se ha trasladado a la red también todas las patologías que se generan en las relaciones entre las personas y entre ellas la delincuencia. Entonces, los delincuentes lo que han hecho es adaptarse a esa situación, simplemente. Y además es un fenómeno criminal que tiene una dimensión muy abierta, porque cuando hablamos de ciberdelincuencia estamos hablando prácticamente de todo tipo de actividades delictivas. Hoy en día todos los delitos se pueden cometer a través de la red o se sirven al menos de las ventajas que ofrecen las tecnologías. Les pondré un par de ejemplos. Las estafas, las defraudaciones. Antes, ¿cómo se cometían? La organización, el delincuente se acercaba a la víctima en el entorno físico y la engañaba para provocar un desplazamiento patrimonial en su perjuicio. Ahora, el delincuente utiliza la red para difundir el engaño muchísimo más fácilmente, llegar a más gente de forma más fácil y obtener más beneficios. Y además, si el delincuente es habilidoso, ni siquiera tiene que recurrir al engaño, sino que utiliza manipulaciones en los sistemas para hacer posible esos desplazamientos patrimoniales. O mezcla ambos modos de actuación. Y ahí tenemos, por ejemplo, el SIM swapping o el business email compromise, en que juegan con los dos factores. Otro ejemplo que a mí personalmente me preocupa muchísimo, las agresiones a menores con fines de carácter sexual que se han incrementado extraordinariamente con el desarrollo tecnológico. Pasa lo mismo. Los delincuentes antes iban al parque o iban a la salida del colegio a captar a sus víctimas. Ahora es más fácil. Se meten en los foros de internet, se meten en los chats de los niños, se hacen pasar por ellos, les engañan y de esa forma llevan adelante sus propósitos criminales. En definitiva, no es que hayan cambiado las organizaciones criminales, son las mismas. Tienen los mismos propósitos, al menos en líneas generales. Lo que pasa es que emplean otros métodos que hacen que su trabajo sea más fácil. Y entonces, ¿nuestra obligación cuál es? Articular nuevos mecanismos que nos permitan ser eficaces también frente a estas nuevas formas de delincuencia.
So speaking of mechanisms, Do you guys think that also the victim's behavior gives way to an increase in these attacks? I mean, we're talking about minors here, we're talking businesses here. Craig, what do you think?
So I think there's a trust element, first of all. So the criminals look to build a trust with potential victims. But also when they perpetrate the crimes, how easy was it? What were the returns on investment for committing that crime? And then they might come back to them, so such as we've seen in ransomware attacks. If a company, pays quickly the ransomware, do they get their data back? Probably not, quite often. Are they then likely to be a victim again? Yes, they are. But also we see the behaviours where individuals and companies may not report that crime, and that's for a number of different factors and reasons. First of all, it could be an embarrassment. I've been caught out, I've lost money, I've exchanged pictures that I shouldn't have exchanged, so that may not be reported. Also then, if we look at the wider piece in the reporting of crime, I've not seen any statistics yet which are verifiable. There's a lot of best guesstimates effectively. But if we look at the impact, and that's what we have to look at, what's the impact on a business being taken out? What's the impact on a child who is being exploited online? We've seen people taking their lives. So, the impact is very, very high. Also, we look on the behaviours. Now, you have the carrot and stick approach. So it's about if you've lost personal identifiable information, you have to report it to a regulator. And actually then, for being a victim of crime, you can then be prosecuted. Now, in some cases where you have companies that hold large data sets, the onus is on them to make sure that they can protect that data as best as they can. But sometimes, the criminals will take advantage of those vulnerabilities. And there's lots of different layering within that. And then you look at boards as well. So within board level or organisations, there's a cost factor involved in cybersecurity. And if you've not been a victim of cybercrime, well, we're fine. We don't need to invest that much. But once you're a victim, or once your systems go down at midnight on a Friday night, and you're out of play for months effectively, and you're losing customers, you wish you had invested. So again, some of this is about changing that culture and how we work and how we protect ourselves in that space. And a lot of that is not down to law enforcement. We're not the first responders in this space. So if we look at preventing, detecting, investigating, disrupting crime, out of those 4 areas, who leads on each area? How do we coordinate that activity effectively? And those are some of the things that we're grappling with at Interpol, at Europol, Ameripol, and also at a national level in policing organisations as well.
Dr. Marco, do you have something to add? I feel like there's something brewing.
Well, no. I think it's important to look on the victim side. I would be very cautious blaming the victims for being a victim. So what have you done? How could you have done this? I think we have to take them serious as the victim of a crime. I think behavior does have definitely an impact. So we need to educate people. But what I believe, what we can see at the moment, is that there is a change. So we were very much looking into, for example, at the US or Europe, when we were looking into how to defend, what are the response options. Craig spoke about legislation. So a lot of countries around the world were using European legislation when they adopted their own legislation. And we are seeing a change right now. We see that everybody says it's a truly global network and everybody can use it. And we can see that the impulse is now also coming from other countries. We see that, okay, we have Saudi Arabia hosting this event and bringing people together. We see that the United Nations is now picking up the topic and says, hey, we're going to develop global standards. So we are seeing, when we rethink the global order, we see that the old players took the initiative in the beginning, and now others are contributing as well, which is positive. And I believe this is also important when we look at victims. Very often when we look at the victim side, as you spoke about it, and does it encourage people to commit offenses, we should not only look into a few examples from some Western countries, but we should study, like, how does it affect people in Saudi Arabia, a very young country with very young people in here that are going through changes. And what does it mean for, will they become more victim, or are there structures that protect them from this? And I believe we cannot just copy and paste from what was there before.
It just seems that cyber criminals have the upper hand all the time. There's no balance to the game just yet. I can see people.
No, so let me briefly disagree. So I believe that from a timing period, the criminal is committing the crime first, and then investigators get in, and prosecutors get in, and the judges then, and finally they're sent to prison. But I believe there is a complete misconception that when you think they're always having the upper hand. This is part of the reporting. I mean, we see very successful prevention of cyber attacks. Your networks are penetrated every day thousands of times, and they're not successful. And yes, then there is the one time, but we're only focusing on the one time. So I think is our perspective might not be good. And the sad thing is that we're losing a lot of things. People speak about how advanced the criminals are. My institute is involved in a lot of research projects that is developing AI for law enforcement agencies. And there are amazing things these people can do. You just don't hear that much about it. So I think we might need to change our perspective there. This is why I wanted to intervene, but now to the person who's closer to the investigation.
And I think I was just at a sort of closed conference recently, and we had some really big tech companies there. And it's probably coming back to your point, there's slowly started to be a change. And an interesting comment was made about protecting consumers and small, medium enterprises. And they were very clear about they need to do more. And I think that's because the recognition now about the vulnerabilities and the impact it has on consumers or persons, and also small and medium enterprises that may not have that awareness, may not have that level of investment to put those protective measures in place. And again, we've got to stop blaming the victims here. What we need to look at is we've given technology, companies have given us technology to use, and the onus is on us to do the uploads, the downloads. This is the latest patch. We're not too worried about that as individuals. We just want to get on. We want to use the phones. We want to use them as quickly as possible. Why have I got to do two-factor authentication? And these are the things that are built in for our safety. And this is how this cybersecurity or prevention is developing. And for me, it's great to see now the technology companies are starting to recognise that. And they've known it for years, but we can see that they're starting to change the way they're looking to operate. You hear about these transparency and trust units within these big organisations. They didn't exist 5 years ago. Why do they now exist? Because they recognise they are being harmed because of the exposure or the bad press effectively, so they're now investing. Unfortunately, it does take sometimes these bombs to go off for attitudes and things to change.
I mean, we have come a long way since the first cyber attacks in the 1980s and 1990s. I mean, it's 2022, and we're literally a few weeks away from 2023. Defenseware there's been a shift in the paradigm of how defenseware mechanisms are. And as you mentioned, companies are basically ramping up their game. And it's good to see, but at the same time, you have all these different numbers that are being thrown about. I mean, I could give you one right now. I mean, Cybersecurity Ventures estimated that cybercrime will cost the world $10.5 trillion by 2025. I mean, we need a little bit more cooperation here. We're talking on a government level, national institutes, individuals. What are we talking about here? I mean, where do you want to start? Let's start with Elvira.
Bueno, yo es que creo que el problema hay que enfocarlo desde dos ámbitos que son complementarios. Es muy importante la prevención, pero además una prevención planteada a nivel nacional, a nivel de Estado. Es decir, tiene que haber un marco de colaboración en prevención de tal forma que los Estados no solamente aseguren los propios sistemas del sector público, los sistemas informáticos, sino que ayuden al sector privado, a las pequeñas empresas, a los particulares, a que establezcan medidas de seguridad adecuadas en sus sistemas, ¿no? Nosotros en España, cuento esta experiencia, tenemos una estrategia nacional de ciberseguridad que es del año 2019, Tiene 5 objetivos, 7 líneas de actuación. Tampoco voy a desarrollarlas aquí, pero insiste en esos aspectos: protección de las pequeñas empresas, lucha contra la ciberdelincuencia como una parte más de la ciberseguridad, generar una cultura de seguridad en los ciudadanos, que aprendamos todos, hablaba usted antes de eso, a usar de forma segura los sistemas informáticos para que no se produzcan quiebras de seguridad. El tema que planteaba también, hay que acostumbrar a la sociedad a que los incidentes de seguridad hay que comunicarlos, no se pueden ocultar, porque esos incidentes de seguridad hay que salir al paso de ellos, hay que atacarlos, si no se extienden, ¿no? Digamos que todo eso sería el aspecto de prevención. Pero a mí me parece fundamental, y aquí ya por lo que me toca de cerca, que esa respuesta esa acción preventiva se complemente con una eficacia y rotundidad en el ejercicio de la capacidad sancionadora de los Estados. Es decir, tenemos que ser capaces de actuar contra los delincuentes con contundencia, porque si no, no vamos a conseguir romper ese sentimiento de impunidad que hay en la red y que hace que los delincuentes se sientan tranquilos, que les parezca que no les va a ocurrir nada. Para eso tenemos que actuar, y esto exige una serie de medidas, exige una legislación adecuada, que evolucione al tiempo que evolucionan los crímenes, exige prever sanciones adecuadas, exige tener buenas herramientas de investigación que nos permitan enjuiciar a los responsables y castigarlos, y por supuesto exige cooperación internacional.
Greg, would you like to give us a little bit more insight?
So,
we have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, just quickly, Ben, exactly that point. So how do we disrupt these criminal networks? We go into the community. So we go into communities where they're operating from or where their infrastructure is. So first of all, we have to have that shared threat picture and understanding. And an example would be in Nigeria. We had one of our private partners present us with some evidence around organised crime groups operating in Nigeria. So we worked with the Nigerian police, but what they didn't have were the crime complaints in Nigeria, because the criminals were not attacking the population in the country. So we worked with other countries, we then gathered the evidence, we then worked with Nigeria, and the arrests were carried out in Nigeria, and also then the infrastructure was taken down. But we need to look beyond that, so we need to understand within those business model, who's the chief technical officer, who's the chief executive, who's the chief financial officer, and we can have a greater aggregated effect by taking out the higher echelons, but also the infrastructure. But we have to be careful with the infrastructure, because we all use that in our day-to-day business as well. So we have a balancing act that we have to do, but also identification of vulnerabilities in the infrastructure is another way that we can prevent. So again, how we build this out globally, we have to deliver that change and effect and impact locally.
Dr. Marco.
No, I just wanted to comment on the 10 trillion number. Donald Trump, the former president of the US, was once asked, how does it come that your net worth shifts from one day to another? It's 3 billion in one day, and the next day you say it's 6. And he says it's emotional. He says, I feel like I'm worth 6 billion now. And he also said it always needs to go up because you want to be successful. So I think the 10 trillion number is exactly this. There's an industry, it's industry driven. A lot of the software vendors are coming up with those numbers, and then they're telling you, you know what, it's 5 trillion and then it has to be higher the next year. Don't give anything on it. If I take the 2 people sitting there in the first row and I ask them and say, hey, what's your experience in cybersecurity? And then I say, okay, there are 100 people here, so times 50, this is exactly what the room is like. Well, the lady there is from Interpol, so I get a completely different, completely wrong view. So we don't have the numbers. Don't believe those numbers. The most important thing for you is not, is there a 10 trillion loss in the global economy due to cybercrime? The most important thing is, how big is your loss going to be if you're attacked? That's the relevant number. It doesn't matter what happens around you. And I believe we need to encourage companies as well as individuals to report crimes so that we get better numbers. I believe in numbers, but at the moment I think I would be really scared to run around with this number or to publish a number like this.
And I think, sorry, also it's just the impact, there's the harm. What's the actual harm as well? So we can talk about business being harmed, but on an individual, you know, what's the psychological harm? You know, has someone taken their life because a cybercrime is being committed against them, or someone is, you know, contacting and influencing them online? So again, we've got to look at it, that what's the harm it's causing in our communities as well, and how do we counter that and reduce the harm?
Well, thank you again so much for your time, everyone. I think, unfortunately, we have to end this conversation. We're out of time. But thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes.
expectations of me. I am the most IT illiterate person in Saudi Arabia. I do that with a great deal of commotion. I have back there some of my colleagues that I work with. Actually, I work with in this endeavor, which relates to cyber threats and cyber, and they gave me quite a lecture of 2 hours yesterday, last night actually, with a view that you should really try not to embarrass us and not to embarrass the sector. So I'm hoping that I can deliver to that expectation. Otherwise, you can see them back there. They're promising me that I'll be reprimanded. Come to think about the sector. I want to make sure that people understand, and I'm not trying to create more ambiguity and more nuance of seriousness beyond what we really must measure up to when it comes to how to protect ourselves from cyber attacks. It just so happened that the energy sector is probably profoundly the most seriously impacted and could be impacted, and I have no qualms in my mind that there will be more and more attempts to impact it. The concern we have in the sector is that it could be multifaceted. It could be for so many different reasons. It could be geopolitical. It could be for ransom. It could be even ideological. People would like to make their viewpoints on energy, for example, or choice of energy, and they could use these attacks as a mean to get their viewpoint being resonate around the world. You don't know, you're dealing with ghosts, and you are also dealing with softwares that changes. I was trying to find something to make it similar, to see if I can use maybe the idea of virus. You know, viruses evolve, so as these softwares evolve. The difference between viruses is that virus evolves genetically with its own making, and the other side, no, it's human that develop it and scale it. And so you are also dealing with something that changes, and you have to make sure that you have the, I would call it preemptive and preventive capabilities and attentiveness to ensure that as these things evolve, you are there preemptively challenging them and making sure that you have the system that you could shut down, could relate to the threat. And the other scarier part is a system, energy system like Saudi Arabia, which encompasses oil, gas, refining, chemicals, power sector, distribution, transmission, pipelines, and vendors, because they can come through vendors too. Whatever you need to do is to upgrade the whole system and the whole ecosystem to make sure that you're ready, you're prepared, and you have the right people equipped to mitigate and preempt any attacks that may come your way. There is another twist to it, if I may, just to make sure that people can scale up to the concern that we have, is that you are fundamentally also, if not the main, you are the biggest exporter of oil. You are also exporter of so many things. We want to become an exporter of electricity. We have a future, a big future in that regard. We will have a big future when it comes to hydrogen export. So we cannot afford being exposed today or tomorrow to attacks like this without being very well equipped to attend to them.
Is currently Saudi Arabia ready for any cyber attack from whatever is coming?
I'm a very modest person. I cannot proclaim victory before getting victory. But you know what is important is that we should not be in a race with each other, competing on which country has the right capabilities to defend for its own self. I think this forum makes more the point that cyber attack is a collective danger that has to be attended to collectively, and there has to be a codification to how the world, governments, participants, those who are interested, industries, every industry, should collaborate in bringing an end to this challenge, because without which, without sharing knowledge, without sharing capabilities, and without congregating to the principle that whatever it is, we have to collectively fight cyber attacks, and those who use it for their own purposes, regardless of what the purpose, I think we're not doing the right thing. I think we just have to make it like a cause for all of us. The world congregated in fighting COVID. The world need to congregate to fight cyber attacks.
So when we talk about a potential cyber attack on Saudi Arabia or on the energy sector, it's not a Saudi Arabia problem alone, it's not a local problem. Is it an international issue?
It is both. I take great deal of honor to say that Saudi Arabia was ranked number 2. I'm trying to remember the institution, but it is number 2 when it comes to its measures taken globally, number 2 in its measures taken to attend to this thing. Does this make us sit and relax, enjoy and bask and you know, on this glowing recognition? No, because we could lose sight and we could lose momentum and we could be challenged. You know, even by the fact that you became number 2 in the ranking, you could actually be challenged by saying, okay, we will show them how can we put them down. I think we have a big stake as part of our energy security endeavor is to assure our clients that whatever happens, you know, we've been exposed to 2 different experiences, and they both almost led to a challenging situation. Back in 2012, Aramco was attacked. Luckily, we had 2 systems and contingencies that saved the day.
It was a cyber attack.
Yes, it was a cyber attack. In September 14th, we were attacked by rockets and drones, and they made the same impact. So people need to not to forget that cyber attack is a weapon. Cyber attack is using weapons that does not need army, it doesn't need drones, it doesn't need rockets, but the impact of it is humongous. I'll give you another example. Last year, Colonial Pipeline in the US. It was the main artery of oil products that goes from the southeast part of the US all the way to the northwest of the US. 3 million barrels that went gun-ho for probably the best part of my memory, helped me, best part of 2 weeks. The amount of disruption that was created as a result of that, and the amount of embezzlement that took place. And by the way, I want to caution people that it's not all embezzlement, because some, maybe I have a conspiratorial mind, but maybe people try to wrap it as being embezzling or...
So sometimes the reasons are political and they camouflage it by...
Well, they could wrap it and camouflage it as being, ransom seeking, things like that. But at the end of the day, they do the disrupt. They like to be clever about it and say, well, it's the bunch of you know, hooligans that do these things and what have you. You never know how it has been politically charged or politically motivated. And some actually, they don't, it would not be like more or less like a state-sponsored terrorism, but actually it could be ideologically. And ideological in any type of spectrum, both left and right, they have probably a message to make. I would argue that there is an attack on a painting just a few days, splashing it with a paint of orange just to make a point about climate change, for example. But that's not similar to that, but I mean, it could be
street
ideological.
activism can become cyber activism. You mentioned 2 attacks.
It could be egotism too. It could be an egotism driven. You know, a young group of people went to deliver that sense of achievement by saying we have the technical competence and capability to disrupt X, Y, and Z.
And you mentioned 2 types of attacks, the cybersecurity attack and a conventional attack. And we're in the room with top minds in the cybersecurity realm. We're protected here by the top team of cybersecurity experts. But as a journalist, I find it hard sometimes to explain to the masses the cybersecurity risks. In a conventional war, when I used to cover wars on the ground, the front line is clear. The enemy is there and the army is here. In the cybersecurity realm, it could be a 23-year-old kid in a room, dark room with a machine, attacking for whatever reason. And you mentioned the virus. What's faster, the virus or us as human beings to be able to combat any virus or any cyber attack?
Well, I'll leave it for the expert, but you know, viruses do come unannounced, and that's the problem. You don't know how these viruses would come, and so as cyber attack, they don't come.
But who's the enemy?
Who's
the enemy?
The enemy is, as I said, it could be anything. It could be, as you said, the young kid that wants to enhance his ego, and it could be a state-sponsored endeavor. What I'm trying to make sure of is that next year we will have a very exciting year, and I hope that we don't get into something of a cyber attack that may be disruptive. That's why we work with our NCA, with the ecosystem within the country, just to make sure that we give it our best shot of preparedness. I guess the best and first line of defense is you have to work a lot on your preventive measures, and you have to look at contingency of switching off your systems, work on different secondary approaches, but they are all preventive and preemptive as much as possible.
And how fast, like in the events of the cyber attacks you mentioned in the past, how fast was the recovery in the energy?
We're dealing with thousands as a sector. We're dealing with thousands and thousands of vendors. and it could be a penetration point too.
Whoever wants to disrupt the energy sector worldwide would probably have an eye on Saudi Arabia as a very important country in that realm. Talk us through what has been done already and the future plans to safeguard energy security at the global level.
Saudi Arabia, we're doing our best, I believe. We need to be humbled also by the fact that it's been an endeavor of the last 4 or 5 years. But I believe that there is, a permeating culture that we all need to work with each other and congregate on the best possible practices that can be available and made available. And this is the other thing, That's why, again, this forum and more of this forum should happen, because knowledge sharing should happen and should be regulated. And again, I think there is an ethical conduct issue that needs to be attended to. There should be an international agreement where people can congregate around, and it makes it even mandatory for all countries to put whatever needed to mitigate this like terrorism. People need to meet the challenge of cyber attack, like how people try to meet terrorism attacks. It can never happen by a country. It cannot happen by diversity of experiences. I would have to argue that also in terrorism, in this place, we as Saudi Arabia put together a global effort in fighting and combating terrorism. So it is always good to be a Saudi when we are promoting things that can put people together, fighting and combating a challenge of common nature to all of us. Unless if some would like to prefer to have that supremacy for which then they want to condescend by saying, behave, otherwise we would not share with you this knowledge and what have you. And then you get into you border that, if I could call it the moral area of, are you there to protect the globe? Are you calling yourself an international citizen as a country? Or you want to cocoon yourself and do not share your knowledge with others where they can also be better equipped to cocoon themselves? You will find out that in the final analysis, people would need to approach this thing with a global, holistic approach. Goes from the small unit all the way to the bigger.
So when you talk about coordination, this type of coordination, yes, Saudi Arabia led on the fighting terrorism worldwide. When we talk about the potential cyber attacks or another cyber war possibly, you talk about coordination between governments only, or you want the private sector included? Who are we talking about?
It's all of the above. I think it's government, it's an international organization, it's governments, it's the the industry. People need to share their experiences. People need to work hard in developing technologies, especially at least in the first stages of things, that you have these preventive measures which makes you reduce the potential impact, allow you to recover, and work on contingencies. What saved us so far is contingencies, because we disrupt and we activate contingencies, but the world cannot withstand 2-3 weeks or 4 weeks from no export of Saudi Arabia. The US economy could not have withstand 2 more weeks of no more movement of products, gasoline, diesel, and what have you, in the US for the best part of what could be it is the biggest artery when it comes to movement of oil products in the US. and so on, and so on, and so on. And I'm sure the experiences will get worse and worse as we come.
Are you warning from certain imminent threats? Or they're always there in the cyber world?
These days, my market is low. I'm not liked at all because I'm too cautious. But what counts is that cautiousness pays off in the end of the day. I hate to see people, they take things for granted. In life, there is nothing called taking things for granted. You sleep the night before, wanting to do this and that and this and that. You wake up, and you wake up with different realities that you never even thought of. So, as a state of mind, I'm always cautious, and I'm always humbled by the amount of creativeness, be it positive creativeness or negative creativeness that is managing the world. It's totally disheartening that you see these people who are engaged in these activities, instead of using their talent, capabilities, competence into something worthwhile to bring benefit to the world, it's been actually, unfortunately, their capability are harnessed to bring, to be a wrongdoer, a bad doers to the world.
Your Royal Highness, before the time, I mean, this can go on, and we can talk about this endlessly, but I'm sure, like, as the world is witnessing some tough times when it comes to the energy sector and all of this.
You're telling me?
Well, I live in Europe. What reassurances can you give the world about Saudi Arabia's supply chain? The world needs to know if the energy sector is safe and well protected. What final words you would give?
See, this is the problem. I'm so worried that if I say a challenging thing, I say we shall solemnly swear that we will be the faithful supplier of the energy. People would whatever I would say now would trigger them to say, okay, we will challenge. So I'll stay the humble person, and I would not ask them to challenge us. I would ask them to go somewhere else. Of course, not in the region.
Worldwide. Before we wrap, to what extent the new generation is, versus the old generation, not only in Saudi Arabia, worldwide, they are ready for this cyber security challenges. When you prepare a conventional army for missiles and drones and attacks, when you prepare a country, we know the defense budget. But in the cyber world, how do you prepare a generation for a potential?
Look at the back here. These are our army. I have to say, I made women a cause for me. Look at how many women here as our true army.
I was also told that a stellar team of women put this program.
Most of the team that works on cyber attack is cyber is an IT in the ministry. I'll invite you to come over and see them.
They are Saudi women?
They're Saudi, good chunk of them are Saudi women, and they're putting their hours and time. You see, I'm trying to be humble because I don't want to challenge those people. Because otherwise I would have said, but I am so worried to have said, keep them coming. We'll be ready for them. And look at them, they are preserved, they are veiled, they're wearing hijabs, they're wearing all of the above. These things, brains cannot be contained by what we wear. But how you get your education, how you get your training, and how you stand up for your rights.
Any final words before we wrap?
God save the world from these attacks.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Safe Children in Cyberspace, Keeping Children's Best Interests Paramount. Please welcome our panelists. Dr. Albert Antwi Boaziaco, Director General of Cybersecurity Authority, Republic of Ghana. Sanjay Wejeskera, Director Program Group, UNICEF. Natasha Jackson, Head of Public Policy and Consumer Affairs, GSMA. Dr. Amanda Third, Co-Director, Young and Resilient Research Center, Western Sydney University. And our moderator, Afrouz Kaviani Johnson, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF.
Well, welcome everyone to this session about protecting children in cyberspace. It's really an honor to be here, and we really commend the organizers for prioritizing children in this important convening. My name is Afrouz Kaviani Johnson. I'm a child protection specialist focused on the digital environment and based at UNICEF's New York headquarters. I'm really delighted to be joined by a group of esteemed panelists representing the private sector, academia, international organizations and government, and also young people. Our hope this afternoon is that we can bring children's views and children's rights to the forefront and catalyze innovation amongst the cybersecurity community to keep children safe online. And why is it important to have this on the agenda? Well, an estimated 1 in 3 internet users globally is a child. And in the global north, it's estimated that up to 80% of children have a digital footprint before they are 2 years old. So it's really vital that all of us working in the cyber domain are thinking about children's specific capabilities, their needs, and their rights in technological and policy development. Before I introduce the esteemed panelists in this fishbowl here, I'm going to give the floor to Gitanjali Rao. Now, she is a young scientist, innovator, Time Kid of the Year, and UNICEF Youth Advocate. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us here, but she's prepared a pre-recorded message for us all today. So over to Gitanjali.
Hi everyone, it's an honor to be here. My name is Gitanjali Rao. I'm from Denver, Colorado in the United States. My journey of STEM and innovation started with my own passion and research. I built a few ideas to solve global problems that I had a personal connection to. For example, I built a device that's able to detect for lead in drinking water and another one to diagnose for opiate addiction. However, apart from my own research, I slowly expanded my goal to work with students across the world just like me, who had ideas and an interest in STEM and wanted to innovate, but didn't have a support system and weren't able to bring their ideas to life. Now, one specific topic that piques my interest is teenage mental health and digital well-being. And I take this opportunity at this Global Cybersecurity Forum to discuss what we consider the cyberspace. As a teenager, I've recognized how important the digital space has become and how we've utilized it in comparison to our past generations as well. Now, when we think more closely about it, it's been such an integral part of our daily lives, and it's created so many positive connections across the world, allowing for this global community to be built, utilizing social media in powerful ways to spread awareness, and providing even more opportunities for those who never thought that they would have access to education. Now, personally, I utilize the internet to run my innovation workshops. On a click of a link, I'm able to go anywhere across the world to impact even more students. Despite all the positives, social media and the cyberspace has continued to grow, turning it into a space for threats as well. People's use of digital technology has expanded far beyond what we knew, making what we knew as revolutionary technology into a big fear of many people. We're seeing online harm, cyberbullying, sources to cause body dysmorphia, a lack of resources online, and so much more. Now, what can we do to stop this? For starters, we need to recognize the root cause of the issue. The internet wasn't designed with children and young people in mind. Now, the way we tackle this is by offering solutions that are self-driven for youth and allow them to find the personal courage to take that first step and recognize that something needs to change. For example, in partnership with the UNICEF Office of Innovation, we developed a tool called Kindly, which is an artificial intelligence-based service that uses natural language understanding and processing for a non-punitive bullying approach. This means it acts very similar to what we know as spell check, not stopping the user from sending anything, but providing a warning. Along with a youth's own ability to make a change, government and businesses can form solidified partnerships, seek children's views, and give them due weight in the development of policies and regulations that may affect them. New solutions should be designed by, with, and for the youth. They should incorporate user-centric and proactive approaches during the design phase of the process to allow for further expansion. And then there will be less complications when retrofitting products and services after complications arise. Now, to conclude, to design the best products and ideas for the youth, especially in the digital atmosphere, they must be involved in the process. A child's perspective and ingenuity should be brought to the table, and youth should no longer be viewed as only a vulnerability. As a young student here today, I hope to represent every child that utilizes the internet in any way, shape, or form. We cannot just participate in the conversations that affect us, we should also shape those conversations. Thank you for your time, and it's an honor to be here.
So I'm sure you'll agree, some important and insightful points for us to bear in mind as we embark on this discussion. And to start us off, I'd like to introduce Professor Amanda Third. Professor Third is a Professorial Research Fellow in Digital, Social and Cultural Research in the Institute for Culture and Society and co-director of the Young and Resilient Research Centre, all the way from Western Sydney University in Australia. So, Professor Third, you've undertaken a vast range of research all across the world about children's lives online. So I wondered if you could tell us a bit about this work and also some of those insights and those findings that might come as a surprise for those of us who didn't grow up in a super connected world. So over to you.
Thanks, Afroz. And Matt, can I just join everybody in congratulating the Kingdom on such a wonderful event and a fine assembly of speakers and contributions to this debate. Certainly there's a lot of really interesting work going on here, and I'm very excited to be part of the conversation. But I come from the Young and Resilient Research Centre at Western Sydney University, and that's a research centre that's dedicated to undertaking research with children and young people and channeling their insights into policy, practice, product design and programming locally, nationally and internationally. And we're very, very proud to have been part of some of the initiatives that have been talked about here this morning. So for example, we did play alongside Child Rights Connect and the ITU a key role in developing the ITU's Child Online Protection Guidelines for Children. We also conducted the consultations in 27 countries with children that informed the UNCRC General Comment 25 on children's rights in the digital environment, which is state guidance for states about how to protect and fulfill children's rights in the digital age. And most recently, I've been very, very proud and excited to be part of a major initiative here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, working alongside the Family Affairs Council and UNICEF's Gulf Area Office to develop the first National Child Online Safety Framework. And we're looking forward to rolling that out soon. and also to taking that work together with all of you into action. So some things that children have said. Well, I should start by saying that children often say a lot of things that surprise me, so I found it very hard to narrow down some insights for this morning. But I think I would start by saying that children are really excited about the digital future, and they have a huge enthusiasm mostly for technology, but they also have some really interesting insights as to where technology can lead us in the future. And I think we really do need to take up Gatanjali's challenge of opening up that conversation with children and young people as we seek to craft the internet of the future. I think always, we also talk about children and young people as connected. We often celebrate them as the most connected generation of all. And I think one thing that always surprises me is that for many children around the world, including here in Saudi Arabia, that children don't find it as easy to get online as we might think, and they don't always feel as confident in their abilities as the adults around them do. And so we really need to do much more to ensure that they can access reliable technology and have the digital literacies and skills to really support their good practice. Because as Gatanjali said, it's really about protecting children online, yes, making sure they're safe and can engage in ways that are productive, but also really opening up the internet to all of those opportunities, or making sure those opportunities are available to children. Children, again, contrary to popular views, really care about the risks. They are aware that engaging online comes with some very serious responsibilities. And they are really calling on platforms, on governments, on the NGO sector to do much more to really strengthen their safety online so that they can enjoy the benefits of being online. And some particular issues that are coming up at the moment, they're particularly incensed about their privacy rights. They know that their data is collected by platforms, but they feel like they have to sign up to terms and conditions that often don't make sense to them. They don't know where their data is stored, who uses it, and why. And they sense that there is something amiss there. And so we need to do much more to teach children about how the internet works. It's not just about teaching them not, to say no to strangers or these kinds of things. It's about really making sure they understand the mechanics of the things that they engage with. And then I think the only other thing I would add here is that children also smell a bit of a rat because they look around at home and they see that the adults in their lives tell them to put that technology away, don't do this, don't do that, and behave like this and behave like that, and then they see the adults around their dinner table checking their phones and not obeying the rules. I think children are calling on adults to be good role models, good technology role models for them. And I think that's a challenge that we adults need to take very seriously.
Thank you so much, Professor Third. I saw a lot of kind of heads and maybe a bit of shame as you said that last point there that I think a lot of us can relate to as parents or people with children in our lives. Really interesting insights, and quite interesting that there are common threads you find across the globe. And I think that's why it's so fantastic that we're bringing a global audience here today. Keeping on a global perspective, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Sanjay Vijayasekara now, who's UNICEF's Global Director of Programs. UNICEF is supporting efforts around the world to ensure that children can enjoy these benefits of the internet. And drawing on UNICEF's global programming efforts, could you share some reflections from your side about children's lives online and also that urgency that there is to keep them safe from harm?
Okay, thank you, Afroz. And let me also join Professor Third in thanking the organizers. This is a fantastic gathering and an incredible convening of great minds and great ideas. So really looking forward to continuing to engage here. We're clear that that there are many positives of children's online engagement, and we've seen many examples of that, during the COVID pandemic, for example, where a lot of learning went online, but also children stayed connected to each other. So it enabled that, the kind of play and social interactions. So there are some huge benefits, and it's really important to capture those benefits and make sure that children, who form about a third of people online, are able to enjoy those benefits safely. And that's the other side of the coin, of course, because there are many threats to children. Our own data suggests that from Africa and Southeast Asia, about 20% of children who were online experienced sexual exploitation and abuse in the past year. So it's a big thing, and as we heard this morning, I think it was Professor Mary Etkin said, that children are a huge constituent, but they're also very vulnerable. Huge constituent online, but they're also very vulnerable. Number of things that certainly we as UNICEF can do with others, and this is a collaborative effort. One element is working with governments to put in place the laws and policies that are needed to protect children. And I think Albert and Ghana is a good example of that. We also have worked with Philippines and other countries on that. But also to go beyond that and develop national child protection plans, right? Action plans. Again, there are examples of working across Bosnia and Kenya, Cambodia, of us having worked with governments to put in place those action plans as well. We're also very proud of, by the way, of the partnership we have here with the Family Affairs Council around the framework, the Child Online Protection Framework as well. And I think many countries can learn and draw from the work that is happening here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on that front. So governments are important in creating the enabling environment, but also business. We work with business because business is an important player in this, as we all appreciate. And we use our child rights and business principles, stream of work, to come up with very specific tools. And again, examples of working with the mobile operators as an industry to come up with very specific tools that they can use to self-assess the impact that they're having on child rights. And similarly with other kind of similar industries as well. And then also using the convening to bring business, government, civil society, everyone, children themselves together as well. So I think we worked with, very recently with ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, to bring about the ASEAN ICT Forum. Again, bringing all these partners and collaborators together to find solutions. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, and we heard from Gitanjali, is working with children themselves, with children and with also the frontline people, if you like, who support children, parents, caregivers, teachers, social workers. So, for example, in the Dominican Republic, with Plan International and the Ministry of Education, we've worked on a couple of online platforms that are specially designed to enable children and adolescents to identify when there is criminal activity against them, and also what action they can take to do that, to protect themselves against that. So those are a few examples of our work, but what is important is this is a collective endeavor, and we've heard this again before this morning. And we do need to bring all the kind of assets and resources we have at our disposal to make sure that children can really enjoy the benefits of the internet, because if a digital space that's safe for children is safe for everyone.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. And yeah, really important theme that we are seeing in all the panels, and that is that it is a collective challenge, and it's not only one sector that is responsible. We all have a role to play. So I'm very delighted that our discussion today brings together a number of those key sectors, but also that the wider participation at the forum is so diverse, both in terms of geography, but also sectors. So thanks for that. Now moving from a global view to a national view and to our government leaders in this space. I'm really pleased to introduce and welcome Dr. Albert Antwi Boasiako, the Director General of Ghana's Cybersecurity Authority. And I know that the government of Ghana has made a number of recent efforts in really looking at children's protection in the digital environment. So wondered if you could share with us some of that progress, and particularly I know that a lot of it has called for multi-sectoral action. So if you can also talk about the importance of that whole of government approach. Thank you.
First, thank you. And following protocol, I think is good to commend the Kingdom for putting child online protection issues as part of the agenda of the forum. I think you're doing well. It's commendable, and we're here to support that. But again, I think, Alfred, let me outline certain policy principles. You did mention about the whole government approach. The Ghanaian whole government approach is underpinned by a policy principle of a government as an enabler for cybersecurity development, and that includes child online protection issues. I think we need to get this thing, because the concept is quite key. What is driving recent government action in terms of putting the necessary, what I call, enabling interventions in place to address the child online related issues. So when we look at that policy principle, that the government of Ghana is an enabler for mitigating the risks that the children face on the internet, I think it has certain implication. One, it implies that the government owns the process and it has to lead within that community. Two, it also has another implication by the convening powers of government. You need to bring all stakeholders together. I think Sanjay mentioned that. Prof also mentioned that. So the government as enabler also has that power to bring everybody, civil society, academia, the business, the telecommunication sectors, also on board to do this. Again, it has another implication. It implies the government has to implement certain enabling interventions. You know, you don't just convene, but you are leading and ensuring that certain enabling interventions are instituted and implemented. But we don't end there. It has another implication of a government seeing to successful outcome of those enabling interventions. I think these fundamentals are key. And that is what has so far underpinned the government of Ghana's development in this particular area. But I need to also mention that this business is a business of collaboration. And I think we've been fortunate to have UNICEF showing that commitment. And for the past 5-6 years, most of the things we've done within the country have been done in collaboration with UNICEF. One of them, again, I'm looking at the enabling interventions that we have put in place. You're looking at the passage of the Cybersecurity Act. We've introduced a new act that was passed in 2020 that incorporates child online protection provisions in there. We drafted this with the support of the UNICEF. Again, within our jurisdiction, there is this trend of sextortion, the monetization of the abuse, the sexual abuse process, in which perpetrators try to extort money from victims. And in Ghana, in our law, you are likely to face 25 years in prison if it goes that angle. So that is a work that we did together with UNICEF. But in terms of making sure we operationalize child online protection, within my outfit, a full division, Child Online Protection Division, has been established, which is being led by a seasoned lawyer, a senior lawyer of more than 20 years. So that is, again, another area of treating child online protection related issues in a more sustainable manner. The attention is given, even though we are doing the set, critical information infrastructure protection, but we have also recognized that child online protection should be a full division with responsibilities. We have also revised our child online protection framework. We developed a framework, and thankfully, I think We Protect, Executive Director is here. We've been working with them to incorporate the We Protect framework in there, but it does not end up there. We work with ITU. ITU has produced certain standards and guidelines. We have incorporated them. Ghana is a state party to the Budapest Convention. There are provisions around that area in terms of criminalization. We have incorporated them. As an African Union member, we are state party to the African Union Convention. We have done similar. Lanzarote Convention is one area we have incorporated. So, you go around globally drawing on best practices, but then customizing them, to the domestic needs. That's what we've been doing. And again, we've done this not alone as a government, but we work with UNICEF together with the domestic actors, including civil society, also industry. Again, another enabling intervention is the reporting system. We need to empower the young people that when they are confronted with the risks, either the risks associated with the contact they establish, the content that they come across on the internet, or even their own conduct or the conduct of friends, they will be able to report some of this and get help. And I think it's been working. 292 freely, and this is just one of the public goods we've made available. And we've also worked with the IWF to integrate such reporting mechanisms, because sometimes you may need to remove certain content and you tap into some of these databases. Again, it's not just that. Deterrence is another strategic enabling intervention. We do hope we can prevent as much as possible, offenses against the vulnerable, children and young people. But it's not always possible. So we need to also build capacity to successfully investigate and prosecute offenses against, children in this particular area. And UNICEF, we work to establish a child online protection forensic lab. I think the whole sub-Saharan Africa, that is the first of its kind. That is supporting law enforcement also to investigate. So again, we also have the awareness creation bit, the preventive aspect, which we are really, spending a lot more time. So awareness creation, Ghana has a Safer Digital Ghana campaign. 4 pillars: public, businesses, government, and children. Again, conceptualization. It means child-related issues are given prominence. That 4 pillars, children pillar is one of them. We didn't put them under public, separate them. And awareness creation, we've been doing that, going around second cycle schools. I think more than 2019, we trained more than 50,000 second cycle students who were the most vulnerable in terms of this extortion and online bullying and so on and so forth. But in recent time, we have also looked for innovation, even to convey the messages to kids. And just this year, October, we organized what we call the National Cybersecurity Challenge. It's basically, Ghana, a British educational system, we like debate and quizzes. I don't know, but this is unique about our educational system. Again, those people between the ages of 13 and 18 are interested in debate and quizzes. We had to find innovative way of still telling them the message, of raising awareness on the laws that protect them, on raising awareness on the risks that they face on the internet. I think, again, these are some of our success stories. And I think it has really worked because of the policy principle that underpins our work, and of course, the political commitment. And my minister is actually here. But when you have somebody driving this, owning the process, I think it helps. And we've also been lucky to find committed partners. Sorry, but not all partners are committed. So I've been in this job for more than 6 years, and I can recognize, partners who are committed. I think UNICEF deserves applause in this regard. If we can give them a round of applause, thank you for UNICEF. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Albert. I think that was very telling, the integration of children in your overarching policy approach. It's not just an add-on. It's not a nice to kind of element, but really integrated and followed through into action. A lot of interesting experiences there. which we may get time to unpack more. But without further ado, I'd like to move to the industry perspective and specifically to GSMA. GSMA has quite a long record of working on issues to do with children's rights and mobile technology. So I'm really pleased that we have Ms. Natasha Jackson joining us today. She is the Head of Public Policy and Consumer Affairs for GSMA. So, Ms. Jackson, there are a range of ways that mobile operators can support children's rights in relation to the digital environment. So perhaps you can tell us a little bit about GSMA and some good practices that you've seen in this area.
Yes, thank you. And also many thanks again to the Kingdom for inviting us all here. It's a fantastic event. I'm super impressed. So for those of you who don't know the GSMA, we're the Global Association for the Mobile Industry. So all of the mobile operators around the world are members of the GSMA, along with many ecosystem vendors and other players. And we're headquartered in the UK, which is where I'm from, but we really truly are global, and we have offices in a number of parts of the world. And yes, so you're right, we have worked on child protection for a number of years. In fact, I think going back 18 years, 2004 was when Telenor, one of the Nordic operators, first started taking action against child sexual abuse content. And they worked with the law enforcement and the authorities in Norway at first, you know, to get the right rules in place and to make sure that they could take those steps and block access where people were trying to get to known content that was illegal but not necessarily written in law in the appropriate way. And that model, 18 years later, you know, it still exists and it's still very active. Last couple of years, MTN in Africa has adopted the same sort of approach. And in the Philippines, Smart PLDT is another example, and there are others still doing that. And so although the technology changes and we're faced with new challenges, we're still sort of looking at how we can disrupt those types of things. But it's that sort of advocating and working with government that's been a sort of a hallmark of some of the protection work we've done. So we had over the past many seminars and workshops, very similar to how we heard from Ghana, bringing together different stakeholders. We did that with UNICEF in many places in the past. In Latin America, back in 2014 and 15, we held a whole series of workshops in different countries. And that also then led to sort of the partnerships with civil society, particularly with children helplines, because that's where children go. They don't come to their mobile operator. Their parents might, but the children don't. Then they need these helplines out there. So having that sort of partnership across industry into those who are working directly and can help children has been really important for us. But I think importantly, it's not just the protection for the mobile industry, but you know, we look across all of the child rights, and so there's the provision and the participation, the sort of 3 Ps, I know as UNICEF will often refer to it, that we look in as well. So around 2019, we launched an initiative called Empower Youth, which was really looking at how mobile can enhance children's worlds across and their lives across all different ways, and looking at all the rights that mobile can enable, whether that be through education, online learning, or whether it's through identity, having their birth registered, as happens through mobile technology in parts of Asia and in Africa, or even in things like disability. So I know here in Saudi Arabia, STC has worked with the association that works with blind children to help them communicate, and looking at how mobile can help on that. So there are all these sorts of rights that can enable, that go hand in hand with the sort of protection. And then I think really importantly, there's capacity building, and we have led capacity building programs at GSMA. We have them across a whole load of mobile industry issues, helping governments and regulators. We provide it for free, understand mobile technology. We do that on, you know, issues like spectrum, but also on children and mobile. And that's where I think the understanding needs to be within governments, regulators, and civil society, because this technology is changing daily. And that's where we need the researchers to also tell us how children are using it, because that's not something a mobile operator feels comfortable engaging that easily with children. Whilst children use mobiles, they're not their customers, they're not sold to, and they stay away from that. So learning and sort of capacity building on both the technology and how it's used has been really important. And we also do that for our own members. So for mobile operators, 99% of the workforce of a mobile operator doesn't think about, how to sell or to get the communications from a child's perspective or child's rights. So with UNICEF and the MOCRIA, the sort of impact assessment tool that Sanjay talked about, we've also helped educate, those working within mobile operators around the world. And I think that's the point. Even with 18 years of practice, it's always changing. And so we're actually updating our capacity building programs for next year. And I would say about 70% of what we have in there is changed from what it has been 5 years ago.
Thanks so much, Natasha. Yeah, just a wide range of good practices that people can also, learn more about. And I think it's also interesting that the move from that, I guess, a focus on protection and now really looking at the integrated nature of children's rights, because obviously they need to participate, they need development as well for their protection. So thank you for those comments. I've seen the flashing sign telling us, that we have 5 minutes. So with your agreement, we're going to do a very final true lightning round. We have a maximum of 1 minute each. And we're going to talk about this issue of engaging children and really seeking their views in policy and tech development. Why is this important? What's at stake if we don't do it? So perhaps we can just go around the circle like this, if that's okay. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot. Is that okay? So start with you, Professor Third, and then we'll finish with Dr. Albert.
Terrific. So I think, as my colleagues have suggested, keeping children safe online requires a whole ecosystem. And that ecosystem does include children themselves. So why should we engage children? Well, they're a key stakeholder. They're also our best bet. We have a lot of work ahead of us. This morning you heard that we've got quantum computing on the way, presenting a whole range of new challenges. So whilst we in the room here today might work very, very hard, it is the children of the next generation who will take on those challenges. So we need to start investing in them and growing them now. But engaging children makes our interventions more effective here and now, today. So children's potential is not just in the future, it is right here and now. And in fact, I would finish with the words of Hannah Arendt, a philosopher who once said about children, that children are born into an old world, a world that precedes them, and it's our job as adults to introduce them to that old world without ruining the opportunity that their newness provides to the old world. And I think that captures it. Children have a lot to offer to refresh our thinking and give us innovative ideas to carry forward, and they offer that now.
All right. Well, I think, as I said before, it doesn't sort of feel natural for mobile operators in particular to engage with children. But that doesn't mean that we can't do it. And in fact, I'll give you an example. Telia, who again are a Nordic operator, have got a children's advisory panel, the CAP they call it. And that panel is where they go out to seek the views for children. And I think during COVID, they went out and they did online surveys with that community and asked them about misinformation. And so it's sort of through initiatives like that in the industry side, we can bring those views into the companies. And I hope that next time we sit around here, there are more examples that we can give on that.
Thanks. No, I mean, best illustrated by an example. So there's a crime detection system widely used in Finland and Sweden by this Finnish startup, Somebody. So basically the system supports children who've been victims of online harassment so when they report an incident, the system uses artificial intelligence, natural language processing, and so on, and provides customized support with an expert or a human in the loop. Now, to cut to the chase, I mean, developing something like that is complex and it needs lots of experts on social media and legal experts, psychologists and so on. But this system was also co-created with children themselves. And that was really important, an important ingredient in making it effective. So, it's an obligation to support and protect children, but it also makes the digital space safer for everyone.
Alfred, thank you. Why is it? I think the protection of children on the internet is a right issue. It's basically a human rights issue, and government, stakeholders ought to treat that as such. I think that's number one. Number two, I believe whatever intervention we put in place to address this risk we're talking about here ought to be children-centered, children-focused. If that is the case, then naturally you expect that you sit down with children and incorporate their experiences into such formulation. And I think when we're guided by this approach, we should be able to achieve certain measurable results in protecting children on the internet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we've come to the end, so please join me in a huge round of applause for our incredibly insightful, expert and dedicated panel, as well as Gitanjali, who gave us the pre-recorded message. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, The Topography of Cyber Threats, a glimpse into the evolving landscape of threats. Please welcome our panelists. Nizar Al-Umar, Cyber Technologies and Operations Deputy Governor, National Cybersecurity Authority, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Helmut Riesinger, CEO for Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Latin America, Palo Alto. Colonel David Kanamogeri, CEO, National Cybersecurity Authority, NCSA, Rwanda. Chris Gibson, Executive Director, Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams, FIRST. Pierre-Yves Jolivet, Vice President, Cyber Defense Solutions, Thales Group. And our moderator, Chris Fox, Technology Presenter, BBC.
Well, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel. I'm so excited to be moderating this particular panel because this is where we get to talk about some of the emerging cyber threats and hopefully also some of the solutions to the problems. So let's get stuck in straight away. I'll start with you, Dr. Helmut. If you can tell me, what are some of the emerging cyber threats?
Well, good day, everybody. Pleased to be with you. There is not emerging cyber threats. They are omnipresent nowadays. We at Palo Alto Networks, we believe that the attack surface is increasing permanently, and there are a few drivers to it. I give you 5 glimpses to it. The first one is geopolitics. The state-driven attacks have increased by more than 100% according to our threat intelligence. There's one issue with it. There is no cyber insurance against nation-state attacks. And they are focusing not so much on financial benefits, they're focusing more on sabotage, disruption. That's why geopolitics. Second topic is our changing environment of business transformation. It gets more and more digital. If you think about here, the kingdom, home of oil and gas, prime assets, the issue there is the rendezvous between the IT world and the OT world. And if you think about that, 43% of cloud workloads are not protected or encrypted, it gives you a flavor of how much exposure there is. The third topic is software vulnerabilities. Most of the coders around the world are using open source components. And if one of those components are having malicious content, like we've seen on Log4j, it spreads like a snowball. That's why we need to protect it. There are some good ways to do that. The fourth topic is we have changed since COVID the way of working. Hybrid work is here to stay. 80% of the global workforce would love to continue, sometimes in office, sometimes wherever they want to work for. Our knowledge workers are flexible. And the fifth one is a driver from outside, which is the hackers themselves. They get more sophisticated, they get more automated, and therefore it's a continuous race. But after these bad news in terms of attack surface, there are some good news how to fix it. Just one thought here for this important country in the Middle East. You know, it's vital, we see this from every government at the moment across the world, is the protection of critical infrastructure. And for example, President Biden has issued about 12 days ago an executive order that all of the federal government entities need to do an attack surface survey every 7 days. Not every 3 months, every 7 days, because there is this increased danger of the attack surface that has increased. But as I said, there are some good news as well how to fix that.
And Pierre, I'll come to you because your company Thales has put together an atlas of cyber attacks and threats. What's that about, and how can it help companies prepare for cybersecurity problems?
Thank you. So what we have put about is a kind of Facebook of cyber attackers. It's not the full list of groups we are following, but we have shared to the community profiles of the top 50 group of attackers and their ways of working. Because obviously it's interesting to know you are being targeted by Lockbit or whatever, but what is more interesting is knowing what tools they use,
what are their contact with other groups and how they evolve, and what would be probably, if you will be probably next in line when there is a wave of attack on an industry. So we are a big believer on cyber threat intelligence, and cyber threat intelligence provides to our client at Thales, I would say, three main benefits. One is speed of detection, going from knowing your attackants, their ways of working, and putting that directly in rules of detections in the cyber operation centers. The second one is accuracy. As was mentioned, there is a lack of cyber competencies in the world globally. Having accurate detections, not having too many false positives, lessen much more the workload. And this is much easier to do when you know what would be the combination of indicator of compromisions that the attackers are doing. And the last benefit is when you are attacked or under the suspicion of attacks, is doing the forensics and the combination of IOCs that they use. It helps you find much more in a speedy way if an attacker is in your system or if, hopefully, it was a false alarm.
You spoke about that with me earlier as well, and you said that if you're under attack, you can look them up in the Cyber Atlas and try and figure out where they might go next and prepare for their next move as well.
Exactly.
And Mr. Kanamagiri, you're here representing a government agency. How can we prepare the public and educate them about cyber attacks and make sure that they are ready and defended?
Thank you so much. First, let me express the opportunity to be here and be part of this panel. It's a great panel. First of all, as a national agency responsible for cyber security, the first thing is to make sure that you have the entire community coordinated and aware. So the cyber threat landscape, even though it's evolving everywhere, it's not even. So in our part of the world, you have more vulnerabilities, lesser skills, and possibly constrained resources. So with the automated cyber threats we see, this poses challenges, but not evenly. So from where we come from, we worry about what would happen to sophisticated attacks that grow in scale and magnitude when they are confronting systems that are either legacy or new. So the biggest challenge, we say, is the complexity of the attacks that grows every day, highly complicated. Someone was talking about quantum computing. So when you're already fighting a catch-up game with ordinary threats, when it becomes automated with AI and machine learning and now quantum, it becomes complex. Another thing is the automation of these threats. So you're no longer, the human skills cannot cope with highly automated skills. So the shortage of skills is changing. But one thing that we try to tell our people is cyber cannot be a technology issue. It's like thinking that COVID is a clinical issue. It is an economic issue. It's a whole of society issue, and a coordinated response is what is needed.
And Mr. Alamar, you're representing Saudi Arabia's National Cybersecurity Authority. What are you doing to engage organizations and get them cyber ready?
Okay, thank you, and good evening. I think building a proper and successful cybersecurity strategy, it has to be built around a coordinated and organized effort across the nation. To your point, NCA has built and established around having this coordinated effort across these organizations in KSA through positioning NCA in two main parts. And this is being built in a best practice and being built in a benchmark where we see gaps that need to be filled. The first part is the operational cooperation across these organizations, and this is more of related to the information sharing, providing timely manner information sharing, educating the organizations about the type of threats that they need to protect against, whether it is IOCs, whether it is TTBs, or other activities of certain type of ABTs that targeting at certain time or certain campaigns. This takes me to the other point, which is responding to incident. Responding to incident is one of the things that generate proper intelligence and helps other organizations as well and protecting from having the same incidents occurring in their infrastructure. The other part the NCA is established upon and positioned upon is being the authority. It's not about having a regulation. It's not about providing policies and assessing compliance alone. It's actually defining the maturity of these organizations, defining the weakness that they need to build upon, and invest in that part, and have the right funding for it, and have the right plan to enhance their security posture. It's as well as emphasizing on the accountability of the leadership of this organization. Usually, the security departments complain from the support they get from their top managements. Defining the maturity across a standard, across the nation, shows the importance of the cooperation and support and the funding from the top management to the security departments in that part. And alhamdulillah, we've seen increase in the maturity in different organizations here in the Saudi Arabia following this approach and practice.
And certainly events like this help inspire everybody and put the issue right at the top of everybody's agenda. I'm sure everyone's feeling inspired. We're seeing a lot of people nodding. We talked briefly, Mr. Kanamagiri, about AI actually and how that's going to increase the threat because things can be much more automated. Helmut, if I can come to you, how can we counteract that and what's the solution?
Well, we have three core beliefs at Palo Alto Networks. The first one is network and security go together, and there is one solution to it which is called latest generation of zero trust architecture. And we call it zero trust, but with zero exceptions, which means not only inspect at the beginning, but permanently validate and inspect user identity, the device, as well as the application for any kind of strange behavior. Second belief we have is about, we believe the world is moving to the cloud, and there's not only one religion, it's a multi-cloud world. And the topic there, we need to help organizations to protect from code to cloud. From your angle, it's a move to shift left, it's called. And then on AI, that's our third belief. We believe we are great human beings, but we are not good in doing automated, repetitive tasks very quickly. Therefore, AI and machine learning integrated in all of our topics, whether it's cloud security, whether it's network security or security operations, enables us to do things much faster. Our mean time to detect, this is what Pierre also was mentioning, the mean time to detect, thanks to this AI, is 1 second of an ever-increasing threat landscape, and our mean time to repair is 1 minute. This is not possible with human capital, even though we believe strongly, and I think that's a key initiative we do here together with Saudi Arabian government and agencies, that we need to further invest in human capital build-up also here in the kingdom. And that's what we're doing.
And let's bring in Chris Gibson as well from FIRST. One of the less talked about aspects is cyber poverty and how that can increase cybercrime and cybersecurity problems. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, thank you. And again, I'd like to join my colleagues in thanking the organizers for this great event. Really enjoying being here. So we look at cyber poverty as a core problem that the internet faces. As we look around here today, we've talked about global orders, we've talked about collaboration, we've talked about it's a whole of market affair, it's a whole of society affair. Yet we know there are significant parts of society who don't have the money, don't have the resources, don't have the capacity. At first we've done some work, or one of our members has done work on malware analysis and so on, and who that's aimed for. And surprise, surprise, most malware analysis is done for big corporates, because it's a commercial operation. That's why people do it. And they point that work at commercial companies. So that leaves folks like the civil society, the charities sectors, the small, medium enterprises, sort of adrift because they're not getting the benefits of that work. Now, that's being changed, but that cyber poverty means they're not understanding the issues well enough, so they're not patching well enough. They don't have the money to implement CISOs and information security and all the things that we know we would like to see. So that gives us a problem. That's fine if you could button that lot off in their own little space and keep them away from the CNI, critical national infrastructure, but they're not. They're fundamentally part of that. We all know that the supply chain reaches right down to the bottom. So we need to support these people. So cyber poverty to me is a big issue. It's not regional, it's not government, it's not political. It cuts across sectors, verticals, markets, regions, countries.
And something we talked about backstage, which I thought was really interesting, was that the language that we use around cybersecurity and how that can sometimes maybe put people off or make them seem like it's a mountain they can't climb. What's your view on that?
Well, so again, the increasing essentially catastrophization. Everything is a catastrophe. Everything is a super high threat nation state, super sophisticated hack that's got into a company. And we all know that generally that is not true. I thought the Australian government were very honest a couple of weeks ago when they turned around and said, no, this Optus breach was not super sophisticated. We had hacks in the UK when I worked at CERT UK that were, 14-year-old boy could find it. If a 14-year-old boy can find it, why is the company not finding it? All that sort of thing. But they're portrayed as catastrophes. And I think that language tells the ordinary person on the street, to be fair, it's a marketing ploy, that it's unfixable. It's not something that we can resolve. You small person out there on the street can't help this one. Yet again, we all know we can. If we do your 10 steps and we patch and we update, we make sure we're running reasonably recent stuff, we can knock a lot of these problems on the head pretty simply. Not all of them by any stretch, and I agree. There are nation-state attacks, and they will get through if they want to. But a lot of the attacks we see, the vulnerable, the ransomware attacks, the phishing attacks and so on, I don't think they're as catastrophic as they are portrayed to be, and that we do have means of fixing these things.
And sometimes, of course, it's independent people who solve cyber problems, like we saw in the United Kingdom when the NHS Health Service was attacked. It was one person who managed to find the kill switch and turn that off. So it's not all bad news.
No.
I want to go around, because we have a few minutes left, and just get your view on the top cyber threats and what you would recommend to everyone assembled here, that there should be the area that they're focusing on to keep their businesses and their organizations safe. And I'll start with you, Mr. Alamar.
So we have seen throughout the year that the incident, around 60% of the incident that we've seen is started from exploiting a vulnerability. When you look at it, you will understand that there is a way that the ABT and the organized crime or the malicious attacker using specific mechanism that's available in order to compromise this infrastructure. The way that we put it, it is more of like we need to rethink of the way we define vulnerabilities. Organizations do a lot of vulnerability management, and they come up with around hundreds or thousands of vulnerabilities that they need to mitigate or do something in terms of batch management. The way they need to look at it is more of like threat perspective. The way that your borders or your perimeters is interfacing with the cyberspace. It is the attack surface management. We need to ensure that whatever vulnerabilities that you have in the cyberspace, you need to mitigate. Whatever technology that you need to put in there, it has to have the capability in order to protect the infrastructure. And it is all coming down under a cyber defense mechanism or strategy that this organization has to follow, which is a combination of a policy, of exposure to the internet, and doing proper patch or vulnerability management, and all other mechanisms they need to do in the cyberspace.
And if I can bring you in, Pierre, what's the number one thing in your cyber atlas? What's the most common entry in there that you're seeing?
I think one of the most topical or actual entry right now is the threat on critical national infrastructure. I think it's something that was talked about by all the panelists today. And for me, there are four main reasons. One is geopolitical, because you want to destroy or lessen the ability of a state to function. The second one is that critical national infrastructure, they are very much into the public eye. And even for not catastrophe, they have a reputation, and sometimes at least the attackers think they are more liable to go accept some ransomware or to make the operations functions. The third one is very much, once again, an economical reason. These are industries that work with a very diverse supply chain. And as we all know, all the big companies, they have made big spending in cybersecurity. The lesser companies, the SMEs, sometimes it's so-so, and we see a lot of attacks through the supply chains. And then the third one is what is really happening now with a new wave of Industry 4.0, intrication of IT and OT system. And IT brings a much wider surface of attack, and OT brings, I would say, less frequent updates, less patching, so more vulnerabilities. And the combination of both, which is great for operational reasons and for improvement, is much grave. And just to give you a few numbers, we survey in the Gulf region around 40 main attackers group that are very active in the region. On these, 30%, more than a third, more than 35% target specifically the energy sector, and another 20% the manufacturing sector. So you see a real focus over the last 12 months, over the last 12 months on this particular sector, and for me it's also something that is for next year to stay for the next 5 years.
So if you work in the critical infrastructure or the energy sector, and I think a lot of people here may well do that, be extra vigilant and speak to your bosses. Mr. Kanamagiri, what kind of international collaboration helps you build strong cybersecurity partnerships and defenses?
Thank you. I think, first of all, the threats by their nature do not originate from one country. They are borderless and they're diverse. And so without some international cooperation, no single country can contain cyber threats. So any opportunity to collaborate between countries and institutions and companies. He mentioned something great like the new architecture, the new type of security they are coming up with. So partnering with companies that are at the forefront of solving cybersecurity is great. So there's not a single model, but what we think works is cybersecurity that is adaptive, that results in building resilient networks. Threats won't disappear, but cooperation will help countries be better equipped.
And Helmut, we've heard a lot about the problems and the solutions. Can we end on a hopeful note? What does the future hold, and are we going to win the battle? It's always a bit of a cat and mouse, isn't it? But are we in the lead as the cyber defenders?
Yeah, it's a race, as you say, and particularly it's accelerated by the fact that now those groups that Pierre also mentioned, they offer ransomware as a service, which means even the attacker surface is multiplying because you can easily buy that type of service to get an automated attack onto an organization or onto critical infrastructure, onto targeted data in hospitals, for example. I think key topic there is don't forget and be disciplined about the software patching. Software vulnerabilities are one of the crucial entry points, and it was mentioned about the software supply chain attacks. Another topic is simply multi-factor authentication, as simple as it sounds. And the third is training of people. To end on a positive note, if you look to the industry on cybersecurity, on average, a large organization, it's the same here in the Arab Peninsula, it's the same in the US, it's the same in Europe, it's the same in Asia, is using between 15 to 20 point solution for one of the categories, firewall, IoT security, and whatever you have. Think about using one policy that is instantaneously usable across your networks, cloud, or security operations, because you cannot manage this complexity anymore in the future. And I think what we saw from Gartner, they say 75% of the organizations now, whether government or whether private institutions, are looking for consolidation of this fragmented security infrastructure. Not because to save money, it's to have a better security posture because of the increasing attack surface.
You mentioned ransomware. I've done so many news stories about ransomware. Does that remain a prominent threat? Is it still one of the biggest?
Yeah, it's one of the biggest. Ransomware is number one. Number two is business email compromise. Those two account for 70%. And the entry vectors is typically phishing, and it's typically also software vulnerabilities. So those are the two big ones. And by the way, the kingdom here is not an exception because, as was mentioned before, you have fantastic assets in a very developed and very mature digitized economy. And it's a meeting place for all of the global corporations. That's why it's a prime attack, whether it's from people or attackers that are coming from the person side or from other places in the world that we know.
And Chris Gibson, we've heard about some of the cooperation we need internationally for cybersecurity solutions. Are we in an era where governments are looking to regulate the internet or introduce more regulations? Is that going to bring more fragmentation to the ecosystem?
So I'm not sure it's the regulation of the internet per se. I think, in fact, we've got better at that. 15, 20 years ago, every country had sort of separate standards. I worked for Citibank. We were in 100 countries. How are we going to comply with 100 standards? That was crazy. So that sort of got better. Where our frustration as first as this members organization We have members in 101 countries. Our mission is to get them in every country. Yet we are facing issues with sanctions and regulations where we're not allowed to deal with countries. So Russia, Belarus, some of the Chinese companies, obviously the standard, your Sudans, your North Koreas and so on. But there are more and more countries where we're having to jump through bigger and bigger hoops to get them on board. Again, we talked here about a global cybersecurity forum. We talk about collaboration globally. How is it that Huawei, who provides significant chunks of 5G for Africa, cannot be a member of my organization where we can liaise and learn from them and collaborate with them to help the world become a safer place? That just makes no sense to me. Typically, it's not specifically written as Huawei can't do this. It's more of a blanket sanctions, and I understand sanctions. I worked in government. I know why we do sanctions. But there's a blanket sanction that catches us in one small area that causes us to have to suspend members. And that's a deep sense of frustration. And my worry is that we will then fragment and we'll end up with competing organizations which just won't work. Because as we keep saying, there are no borders, there are no fences. Anything in any country can affect anyone in any other country. So that's a deep sense of frustration to me, and that's something we'd like to change.
Well, you mentioned one company there, and this is actually an interesting question for our government representatives. How do you know whose equipment to trust, and how do you go through that process, if I can ask you that, Mr. Alamar?
It is challenging, actually, an approach and understanding the capability of the organizations and the way that they are equipped in terms of the protection against the attacks that they have. So it is more of like communication. It is more of like assessment of what they have. It's more of like providing the proper regulations, as well as understanding the technology that's being provided in the cyberspace and provided within these organizations. These technologies helps in protecting certain type of attacks. So it is not just about bringing the complete investment or having a big budget for deploying something in place. It is more of like selecting the right thing and defining the right priorities and the strategy of the organizations. So it is actually case by case, but we come to a point where we can mature certain organization based on the way that they put their plans.
And do you have a view on that, Mr. Kanamagiri? I mean, there's not every country has its own in-house solutions or manufacturers, so sometimes you have to use equipment from different places. How do you go about checking that it's secure?
I think it's a challenge that I don't think has a straight yes or no answer. It's on a case-by-case basis, particularly when your capacity to develop your own tools is lower than what is available in the industry. So I won't say you are the mercy and the goodwill of those solution providers, but I think you have to look at it case-by-case basis. So I think one of the solutions they say is a zero trust type of network. Who do you trust and who do you not trust? So I think you have to look at your ability to be resilient regardless of the intent of the vendor.
And we've talked about the increase in cyber threats from working from home during the pandemic. We know that the cyber attacks kind of went up during that period. Why was that, and what can we do to counteract that, if I can ask you that?
Yeah. Could a link still complement something what David just said? If we look to the hottest conflict at the moment, which is Ukraine versus the aggressor, let's call it this way, okay? The interesting thing is there, it's a combination, because a lot of people are surprised how well Ukraine in the digital space is keeping up against the pressure that is evidently there. And it's a combination, that's why I want to stress it, of technology plus also human capital. And also the way then how to do crowdsource all the intelligence that is there in this vast country as well to help defending the nation. It's quite interesting to see what's happening in the digital space between Ukraine and the aggressor. Now, in terms of workspace, with this, the attack surface has increased. Why is that? Historically, an enterprise was the headquarters, a few branch offices, and production sites. And whenever you were in these ones, you were automatically authenticated. You were safe. Nowadays, every home office or every mobile workplace here, connecting from here, from the Global Cybersecurity Forum, to your Egyptian company, is actually an entity of your enterprise. And therefore, the threat has increased. We saw it immediately once COVID hit the road and the lockdowns happened, a massive increase, both in terms of ransomware attacks, but also in terms of general attacks towards the individuals as an entry point. And that's why the attack surface has gone up so heavily. This is why the constant monitoring of this attack surface becomes more prevalent. And as I said before, this hybrid way of working will be here to stay. And therefore, we are all asked to make sure that the assets of the company or those mobile workplaces are well protected.
And Pierre, I wanted to ask you something we discussed a little bit before the panel. You know, Thales works on huge industrial applications, including satellites. Once they're up in the sky, you can't bring them down and change them. So how do you make something like a satellite penetration proof?
That's, I would say, one of it's a critical infrastructure of critical infrastructure satellite. And we have seen beginning of the year when Viasat was attacked, there was obviously the issue on the Ukraine soil, but there was also impact on Germany power generation because some of wind turbines were connected by satellite. So it's a bit the case for all critical infrastructure, meaning there is several planes that you need to secure. There is the mission, making sure the satellite does not go down on Earth. There is the payload, making sure that it continues to, it's a communication satellite, it continues to send the signals in the right way. And then there is the ground infrastructure itself, where the messages need to be protected from entry to survey zero trust of the operators. And so it's a lot of work. And what we do, as you said, Thales, we do a lot of critical infrastructure systems. And a bit of a takeaway that may be useful for the general public is the way we have seen we do best in terms of cybersecurity is when we build the system, when there is a cyber by design phase, is to have people with deep cybersecurity expertise working together with people with deep sectorial expertise. Because it's not the same thing to cyber secure a satellite or a security system of an airport. And you have a lot of issues of trade-off to make between the cybersecurity, safety regulations. A lot of these systems have their specific safety regulations for aviation, for example, and the performance of the system. And so to do that, that's for me also one of the advice is, and once again, we eat our own food, is when you are in a sector and you are doing a critical infrastructure, it's much better to work with specialists of the sector than with generic cybersecurity experts.
For the end user with zero trust, it means two-factor authentication, always checking that they are who they say they are. That puts a lot of extra steps on the end user. It's annoying to have to get your app and things like that. Is there something better coming? What can we hope for in the future, Chris?
Gosh, well, you're certainly right. I mean, you know, there are studies have been done that show people have died because of the extra cybersecurity we've been forced to implement in hospitals, in other areas of safety, where it just takes longer to get stuff done, and statistically people have died. So there's a real-world impact to the extra security we're adding in. It is, I guess, to try and make it as seamless as possible, so it's not visible to the end user. I think some of the passwordless stuff that we're looking at, you know, with keys, physical keys, and biometrics is really positive. But that zero trust is fascinating, and I think it's the way to go, but it's really quite tricky to do. And I don't have the answer. It's not a space I work in, thank God.
Do you have an answer?
No, maybe it was mentioned, and it's also one of our areas of expertise, so I jump in, but the biometric part will do a lot of passwordless world happen. Now it has also these issues about biometry, about safety and privacy, so it's a decision of a society where to go. But definitely we see probably going more of a passwordless world with more biometrics applications to overcome these hurdles and do not lose time and life in the process of cybersecurity.
And of course, not everybody agrees that you should hand over your biometrics to agencies or governments to check you are who you say you are. But we've reached the end of our panel, so thank you very much, everyone, for coming. The next session in here is promoting internet security best practices, but I hope you'll all join me in a round of applause for our excellent panelists.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Promoting Internet Security Best Practices, Sharing and Learning from Successful Experiences. Please welcome our panelists, Dr. Shafiq Shaya, Regional Manager of Public Policy and Government Affairs, Middle East, RIPE, NCC, John Crane, SVP, Chief Technology Officer, ICANN, Dr. Hanna Creatum, Senior Advisor, Internet Technology and Development, MENA, Internet Society, ISOC, and our moderator, Bahir Ismat, Vice President, Stakeholder, Engagement, Middle East, Managing Director, Middle East and Africa, ICANN.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I'm Bahir Ismat. I'm with ICANN, and I'm going to be the moderator of this session. Our topic this afternoon is about internet security best practices, and I'm glad to be joined by three gentlemen representing three of the organizations that have been part of the internet technical community for many years. So to my left, Shafi Shaya. Shafi is the Regional Public Policy Manager for RIPE NCC. RIPE NCC is the regional internet registry for Europe and the Middle East. We have John Crane. John is CTO of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. And last but not least, Hanna Creatum. Hanna is a senior advisor with the Internet Society, ISOC. So the goal of this session is to learn more about collaboration among stakeholders, particularly in the internet technical community, those organizations who have been leading efforts, projects, and initiatives aimed at maintaining and further enhancing the internet security and resiliency, particularly in relation to what we call the unique identifier systems. Unique identifiers, these are the names, numbers, and parameters that basically make the internet work, and our panelists will talk more about that. So I'm going to start with John, and I want to ask you, John, about why, when we talk about best practices in internet security, why are they important, and what does ICANN do in this area?
Okay, so one of the main areas that ICANN focuses upon is the domain name system. And we have a program called Knowledge Sharing and Instantiating Norms for DNS and Naming Security. In the technical community, we love initializations and acronyms. So when you cut that down to its initialization, it's something called kindness. And it's a play on something that my colleagues will talk about in a minute. The reason that these types of effort are important is because it allows us to break down often complex technical problems into simpler parts that we can then share with network operators and businesses and even end users. A lot of the technical things that you hear about when you're trying to run a network, if you don't have a lot of really skilled engineers, they sound very complex. But organizations like ours, where we've worked for many, many decades in some cases on these technologies, that knowledge allows us to break these down into simpler parts and to build something that a network operator can actually take, and thereby, when they actually follow those norms or those best practices, they're actually making a little piece of the internet better, their little piece of the internet. So that's why they're important, because they actually do make a difference over time as we get the network operators more educated and more able to actually increase security on their networks.
And for network operators to join those initiatives, and I know that there is a lot of information available online, but maybe not everyone is, aware of this information. What is it that ICANN does to raise awareness about those initiatives and let people know about it?
So we do a lot of outreach. Kindness is fairly new. We've been working on it for a couple of years, but we've only launched it recently. The simplest thing you can do is go to the website, which is kindns.org, and there's actually just a button there that says evaluate myself. Allows you to actually look at it. It will run you through a series of questions about what kind of network operator you are, and it will tell you the kind of things you can fix. So we try to keep it very, very simple. So, we're out at conferences talking about it. Obviously, we have a website. And just events like this, going out and telling people, take a look at this. This is a best practice. It's completely voluntary, which is important, right? We're not telling people you have to do this. But once people see it, they go, oh, that's actually quite easy. It's low cost, or most of the time even free to do, and then they can go ahead and do it.
Thanks, John. Hannah, let me come to you now. I know ISOC, Internet Society, you do a lot of capacity building efforts and so on, but you also lead on initiatives and projects in the same vein of improving security, resiliency, and so on. And one of those initiatives is focused on improving the security of the internet routing. So if you can tell us more about that, and also if you can focus a little more on this region, on our region, to talk about your efforts in the region and how the community is sort of collaborating with you.
Yes, thank you, Bahar. So our vision at the Internet Society is towards an internet that is global, open, secure, and trustworthy. So we focus on any action that we think is needed and necessary to enforce any of these aspects. When it comes to trustworthiness and security, we looked at the routing system, and we found that there is a lack in security in that area. The border gateway protocol, which basically the internet runs to get you from one network to another, we always say that the internet is network of networks, but how do these networks communicate within each other is based on the border gateway protocol. There is, security is not built in that protocol because it's based on trust. So we looked at what are the most simple and easy actions that networks can take to try to mitigate some of the risks around routing security. And with the community, we came up with the mutually norms for routing security. Another nice acronym, MANNERS. MANNERS basically asks network operators to implement 4 actions that we think collectively would enhance the security of the routing system. We believe in collective responsibility. So in collective responsibility, each and every network is responsible not only for the security of within the perimeter of that network, but within its neighbors. Anyway, these actions, and I want to keep that short, these actions for network operators group are 4 simple actions. One is filtering. See routing requests that does not seem right, filter these out. The second one is anti-spoofing, which is specific for spoofing of IP addresses. The third one is coordination, which looks at ability to contact you as a network if there was an incident or so on. And the fourth one is related to registration of your IP addresses and either through registration with your regional internet registry or through what's known as RBKI, which I believe Shafi will cover in a minute. We extended that main program for the network operators to other programs, 3 other programs. We are working with vendors of hardware, networking hardware, to become also manners conformant in a way, making it easier, even easier, for networks to implement these actions and to include manners within their trainings. Another one is for CDNs and cloud providers, which again ask them to implement these actions and try to promote it. A similar way with IXPs. We have another program for IXPs. We're extending that to yet another level, which we are calling Manners Plus. Manners Plus is a new initiative, and we are working now with our community. There's a huge community of networks that implement manners, and subset of those are members, I would say, of manners, and we are working to identify what is needed with this Manners Plus, this additional level of security. And I hope any of the attendees here, if they have the experience and they think that they can put something on the table to come forward. You can, any network can join through manrs.org, manners.org, manrs.org, manners.org.
Thank you, Hannah. And what is the state of play in the region here when we talk about manners? Have you got like a good number of operators, signed up for manners?
Right. So around the globe, we have over 800 networks or participants through the different manners programs. Most of these are obviously network operators. But unfortunately, in the region, the number is not great. It's less than 10 networks that are manners participants from the region. However, being manners participant does not mean that you are just the network that is manners compliant. You can be manners, or sorry, conformant without being a manners participant, which we are open to that because we want as many networks as possible to implement the actions. So if you looked at the statistics for the region, for the implementation of the actions, you find that it is not as bad as the other statistics suggest. So it's not just that it's 10% of the networks are manners conformant. No, not like that. It's more than that, but we are seeing more and more incidents coming from the region. This month only, we registered until yesterday 863 different incidents from 600 culprits. And of those, there are a good number that's coming through networks from the region. It doesn't have to originate from the region, but because there are some weak points somewhere in the networks in the region, some attackers channel their attacks through these networks.
Thank you, Hannah. Shafi, RIPE NCC, the Regional Internet Registry, one might think that all we need from the RIR just to get the IP addresses and then we're good, and that's it. But we know that the RIRs do more work, not only in terms of awareness and so on, but also in terms of developing and promoting best practices, including in this area of security and resiliency. So tell us about what you do in this area globally, and also if you can focus a little bit on the region.
Thank you, Bahir, and thanks for the NCA for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. As we find ourselves turning into the internet more and more to manage our lives in all its aspects, internet security, which is a major part of the cybersecurity ecosystem, becomes a very important and critical topic. Since its creation, the internet, as my colleague said, was based and has relied on a trust-based model. However, with the revolution and the evolution of the internet, with its 70,000 connected networks, the internet lacks a built-in security system today to prevent traffic hijack threats and the routing announcement misconfiguration. And that expose the internet and the operator and the end user to significant risks. So what we are doing in this domain, we are completing and complementing other internet organizations through different type of security tools and security measures. But one of the most important initiatives and the security systems or protocols is the RPKI, the Resource Public Key Infrastructure. What's the RPKI? RPKI is a community-driven routing security system based and developed to increase the internet security. So the best practice on deploying the RPKI based on two-sided model. First thing, the network operator need to have to sign and to issue what we call route origin authorization, which we call ROA. And this is a signed record. The ROA is a signed record to bind the IP blocks to the appropriate networks. And the second step, that the network need to have the route origin validation based on this ROA to verify that the routing announcement are originated from the authorized parties. So it's a very important tool and very important security model to be deployed by the network securities.
And is it deployed widely on the internet?
Sure. As I said, it's a community-driven initiative. Globally, we witnessed a progress with uptake from the big providers, CDNs, Tier 1, ISP Transit. We have like Netflix, Amazon, Google, Meta. All these big providers, they are deploying RPKI. Regionally, if we go back to the ROAs, the route originated authorization, we are doing very well. The collaboration efforts between the internet organization, governments, operators, regulators really paid off. And we achieved around 60% of deployment of ROAs in the region. However, going back to the ROV, with this, the route origin validation, we are doing not well, and we are far from other areas with less than 10% deploying in the region.
And is this due to lack of awareness, understanding, or, I mean, what do you think the reason for that?
The reason for this, you know, fear of invalid route origin authorization, and fear of misconfiguration of the route origin validation specified by the operators make these two reasons the operators not able to follow up the progress of deploying RPKI. So this is, and this go back to, as you said, lack of knowledge and lack of technical expertise that the internet organizations and RIPE NCC are trying to fill the gap.
Okay, this leads me to the next question. I'm going to start with you, Shafi, and then go to John and Hannah, which is about the role of governments and policymakers in promoting those initiatives and those best practices. How do you see this role?
Today, this is a great example of this collaboration between private technical community and government. And I believe in the morning session, His Excellency Mr. Sawaha, he mentioned a lot of times collaboration, skilling, collaboration and skilling. So the collaboration between technical community and governments and regulator is very important. Without this collaboration, we can't achieve our goals. And if we go back to the successful, let's say, best practice with IPv6 in the region, now we see the region is one of the successful region in deploying IPv6 because of this great efforts and collaboration between the internet community and the government and regulators.
John.
So collaboration is interesting, especially with governments, because a lot of the times, you know, governments are made up of various agencies. There are those that are actually responsible for the connectivity and bringing their citizens online, and there are those worried about online safety, and there are many different agencies, and often what we see is they have different approaches. Norms and best practices tend to get pushed by the more technical side of things. Other elements of the government will tend to go towards regulation. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because sometimes regulation is the right thing. I'd love to see more collaboration from governments, and I would love to see those that are thinking about how to use regulation to actually talk to the other parts that are doing the network technology, so that we can make sure that when we try and regulate technology, we don't break it at the same time. So there's a lot of room for collaboration. Within ICANN, we have an entire body called the Government Advisory Committee that has hundreds of governments participating on the policy side. It would be nice to see more of them on the technical side too.
Hannah?
Collaboration is key to the internet way of networking, as we call it, which is how the internet runs and how we think is the best way forward for the internet. That's why I mentioned before earlier the collective responsibility. And that is based on collaboration, on active collaboration among networks, which is easy to do in a way. Technical view, it's usually the easiest group of people to talk about collaboration and working together. But we are taking that to another level. We are now working with policymakers. We have explainers for policymakers on manners, for example, on how they can promote these practices towards safer internet routing across or through their regions and countries, with networks operating there. Another level of cooperation and collaboration that we are part of is with you, basically. So part of how we measure the implementation of manners or manners conformance is through collecting data from different providers, including from RIPE on the RBKI implementation, for example, and on the registration with your internet registry, registering your IPs and so on, across different registries or regional entities. We are also offering some data that we collect from different parties through Pulse, which is our platform for sharing information and data to make it easier to digest, easier to access to anyone. For example, the information on IPv6 implementation, you can go there. We have a section or an area of focus on, we call it the technology adoption, which covers technologies that we believe are critical to the internet, and we measure the adoption of those, including IPv6. And we had, by the way, we are in Saudi now. We covered the huge jump of IPv6 in Saudi, I think, in a blog post a month or two ago. And another part, we are looking at internet resilience as well. So we are developing internet resilience index, where we also collect data from different data partners and try to measure the or provide a numeric value for how resilient the internet is based on our index. We piloted that in Africa, as we called it MIRA, measuring internet resilience in Africa, and now we're expanding it across different regions.
So obviously measurements is another part where organizations like Internet Society, ICANN, and RIPE-NC, and others, they take different measurements at the different parts of the network and so on. Now, the results of those measurements, for example, in the case of Internet Society, do you make them available publicly? Anyone can have access to them?
Yes, definitely. Through our Pulse platform, all of the measurements that we have, and we curate these measurements from across the internet, across the globe, are available publicly to anyone, and we promote the use of those. As a matter of fact, we are launching next year a fellowship for people who want to do research based on this data. So we are getting people, paying them money to make use of this data. So it's not just there, we are trying to provide the means for people to make use of it.
Okay, John, I know that you and your team do a lot of measurements, but I suspect that many people, particularly outside the technical community, are not quite aware of that. So maybe you can tell us more about that.
Yeah, most people, when they think of ICANN, they think of ICANN, the policy body, the big meetings with 2,000 or 3,000 people talking about how you can buy and transfer names and the protections around them. But what I'm responsible for as a CTO is actually the technical side of ICANN. And it's a large part of what we do. I would argue it's more important than the policy in some ways. The Internet Assigned Numbers Authority is where all identifiers originate, and we manage that. But the other side of what my group does is research. And research is important, knowledge is important. We research with certain things in mind. So we want to inform that policy group, right? So if you think about something like how are domain names being abused by criminals, we actually measure reports of those names, and we can measure what they're being used for, and whether that's going up, going down, what it looks like. We also have other programs where we not only look at those names from a measurement perspective, but we actually do evidentiary gathering, and we will gather evidence, and if we can find that a name is absolutely being used for bad, we will pass that on to the people that can take action on that. And we've got a lot of other measurement platforms out there. We have something called ITHI, which is the health indicators. That's a big platform. We have an open data platform, so if you want our data, you can actually come and get our data. But more importantly than that, when we do research, the most critical thing we can do is publish our methodology. So, most of the people in my research department are all university professors and doctors, and it really is about pushing that research ethos. And when we actually find a new way of researching things, we're looking at things like machine learning and artificial intelligence, big data, all the keywords you see around cyber and all that stuff, blockchain, all these things. We're researching a lot of things, but our purpose is actually to inform the community. So all of our documents get published with the data and with the methodology so that anybody else can use it.
And you were just talking about collaboration. Now, when it comes to measurements, and I imagine that collaboration among the technical groups is probably, easy, or at least easier than collaborating across different stakeholder groups. So if you want to get, folks from the ISP community or mobile operators or other communities, what is the incentive for those people to contribute to your research or measurement project?
Useful data that they can use in their networks. A lot of what we do is based around informing the policy, but some of the stuff that ISOC do, some of the stuff that RIPE-NCC do are much more aimed towards the operators. And the usefulness of that data is absolutely critical.
Shafi, same question about measurements in terms of what RIPE-NCC does, and also how do you see the collaboration aspect in this regard?
Without no doubt that measurements are very important in internet development and security. Actions are taken based on the measurement results. said that, and going back to what you said, it's not only these measurement tools and services are between the technical community. No. We are trying to build a community around these measurement tools and services. And one of the initiatives with ICANN, we launched something called Measurements Date, where we invite all stakeholders, governments, private, public, academic, so they can discuss best practice, experiences, tools, and how we can run the measurements on the internet. We have a lot of tools and services related to the measurement for the internet. I will mention the most important ones. We have the RIPE Atlas, which is the biggest internet measurement platform around the globe. And we have the RIPE Stats, which is an open platform, so we can share our measurements with the stakeholders. We have the RIS, which is the Route Information Service and RPKI. We have a lot of measurements that can be accessible and can be shared with the internet community depending on their request. This is one thing. On the other side, what I want to say that even we have a course dedicated to measurement tool. That means we are educating and giving the right tools to the community internet so they can do their own measurements and for free of charge, which they can use it for the researchers, they can use it for their operation, for their businesses, or the government to build their public policy to support their connectivity and internet security.
Okay, I think we still have maybe 2 minutes left, so maybe one final and quick message from each of you to the audience. Again, we've covered best practices and measurements in internet security. We've covered collaboration. We've covered, how to engage stakeholders from across the spectrum, including governments and so on. So what, Hannah, starting with you, what would be your message to, either stakeholders in this region or anywhere on how we can collaborate and work together to further improve the internet ecosystem and internet security?
I would focus on one message, which is basically that security is not a personal issue, and on the internet it's not connected to your network alone. You are part of a larger family of networks, and we need to collaborate together to secure the internet. So join manners and look at how you can make the internet a safer place and more secure.
John?
Well, I guess I have to say join kindness too, so we can have manners and kindness at the same time. That's why we made the name that way, so we could say that. So I would encourage you to look at these norms, to look at these programs, and not be worried that they sound super technical. So a lot of the times when people like myself and these gentlemen get up on a stage, we can really geek out and go into technical things. We've tried not to today. But a lot of these norms are actually quite easy to apply, and like I said, they don't have high cost, and they do create benefit both for you, your users, and your neighboring networks. So take the time to look at them. Come find us around the conference, and we can point you to them. And thank you for having us here.
Shafiq.
My final words: collaborate more, regulate less. So we need the efforts from all the stakeholders. For example, for RIPE Atlas to have accurate measurements, we need more probes to be connected to the networks. Unfortunately, in the region, we don't have this request for these probes to be connected. It's a very simple plug and play probe, just to be connected to any network at home, at office, so we can measure the internet reachability, the internet connectivity, very simple. Second, we need from the operators to start deploying the RPKI. And once again, to sign and issue the route origin authorization for the operator, it's very simple. Just he need to click, one click, and he will create his ROA. For creating the route origin validation, it's another issue. We need to help them. They need the technical expertise, and we are here to help and support. So just ping us, send us whatever request you have, and we will be there.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, John. Thank you, Shafi. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. And please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you.